don't want people to watch in YouTube. They can come here itself and be present so that it will be more lively and definitely more fruitful discussions will happen in this forum. At the outset, I take this opportunity to welcome all of you for this meeting. And thank you for all of you, because all of you have taken time. It's a free Sunday and you decided to attend this meeting in spite of your own busy schedule. Therefore, it's the MC on behalf of all the office bearers and members. I wholeheartedly welcome all of you for this meeting. Dear owner residents, you all know that almost we have completed 5 years in this beautiful campus. But the association formed only 1 year back. So practically it's our first annual general body meeting. It's the first annual general body meeting. Earlier, the builder, because he was building it in stage by stage, so it took more time for us to form our own association. So the original association was formed and 1 year back, and in this 1 year, certain developments have happened. There are so many things which we all should be responsible for all of you to share in this beautiful meeting. Anyhow, I will not be taking, because this is only a welcome address. At this level, the community eagerly looks forward to active contributions from each member towards making this Raintree Boulevard apartment a great place to reside. That's the ultimate, our vision, mission, or that's the goal of this association. And then one important development has happened yesterday. So we are fortunate to welcome all of them. So in the elections, 6 new members have also joined, and all of them are here. And it's my pleasure to introduce all of them to all of you. And we are fortunate that old owners also have moved in very early, and all of them have taken participation in this election, and few of them have been elected also. And there are many new members also got elected. So a mix of old and new. Now the MC is properly constituted, and the first year that so much we have struggled and every day fighting with builder and to get many things to done here, many things to be completed here, which still we are not happy, but there are many progresses which have made, and our secretary will be giving a report on what all we have achieved and where all we are stalled, where we are yet to take up, and which are all pending. All these things our secretary will be sharing with all of you. And now, on the part of yesterday's election, you all know that many people have contested, but I think it's a good, healthy competition. And Mr. Sudarshan, who pitched in for community in a great way, he has come to our association. And all of you are very familiar with Sudarshan. In the initial days, he was, in fact, in the front and taken up several issues. Of late, he was quite silent, maybe because he was traveling and he was busy. But this time, he has come to MC. It's a good sign. Apart from Mr. Sudarshan, Mr. Subrajyoti Ganguly, who was also instrumental in several activities from the beginning. He has also joined us in the MC, and he is also here. I take pleasure in welcoming him. Major C.T. Sadanand comes with a rich experience. He's also relatively new, but he knows the nuances of many of the apartment associations, how do they function, and all of you have chosen him, and is a good addition to our team, and he is also with us. Madam Musha is a surprise. She is new to our community. Just 3 weeks back she has joined us, and suddenly she has become very popular among all of us. Usha comes with her rich background, and about 45 years she was in Mumbai, and also part of apartment association there, and a rich experience we are sharing here. And then our in subcommittees, many people have worked. Among them, one is there Patro. Where is Gajendra Patro is there, and I request him to come. Please come here, sir. So we have reserved few seats for all of you. Mr. Patro, he has earlier worked in our subcommittees, and now he is part of our MC team. He is also here. I extend warm welcome to him. And then Tarak Rai. Tarak Rai is also here. He is also one, and he has come with a rich experience in environmental issues, agricultural background, and he wants to make this campus more green. He is also with us, and I welcome Mr. Tarak Rai also. I think I have covered all of you, 6 people, and many 6 more people who have just lost the election, but their spirit is not lost. Just by 2 votes, 10 votes, they have lost, and I always request them to be part of our community, because this is a community of just one vision, that we all should live happily. So that's the purpose, and with that purpose, we are here today. And there are many challenges which are continuing here. We have to take up all these. We should aim to be doing things for the betterment of the community, at the same time making sure we are in the right side of law. We should be law abiding, namely ensuring we comply to the charter of regulatory bodies. With these few words, once again, welcome to all of you, and please participate in the deliberations. And now I request our secretary to continue with the agenda. Sorry, I said secretary. I request our president to continue with the agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash, for the welcome address. Ellarigu namaskara. A very good morning to all my esteemed neighbors and friends. Well, for those of you who don't know me, let me give you a brief introduction. My name is Suhail Ahmed. I'm an advocate by profession, and I've been a resident of RTB since July 2020. Before I go further, let me take you through the journey that I have traveled as an RTBN, and how Rtbaoa, that is our association, has come to be what it is today. So at the earliest point of time, when I was trying to take possession of my apartment, I encountered some difficulties with the promoter, which prompted me to request some of our co-owners to come together. And we came together as a welfare association. We registered the welfare association under the Societies Registration Act, with the sole aim of trying to address our problems that we faced with the promoter. After having done that, we sought for a dialogue with the promoter, but however, the promoter refused to have a dialogue with us on the ground that one of our members, one of the office bearers, had already filed a complaint before RERA. Of course, that was Mr. Arif Shauki. So since the promoter did not agree for a dialogue, we were forced to go ahead and lodge a complaint before the Real Estate Regulatory Authority. Of course, that was taken up for hearing. Simultaneously, L&T also initiated proceedings against all the office bearers by filing a suit in Bombay High Court alleging trademark violation and seeking hefty damages as against us. So, of course, one good thing that came out of that particular proceeding, because that proceeding I withdrew subsequently, because the association, the registration of the association on the ground that we are using the trademark L&T was set aside. So one good thing that came out of that proceeding was that the possession letters that had been obtained from the phase 1 owners, taking away our rights to go against the promoter in case of any, so those were withdrawn. You all know that all the possession letters were withdrawn subsequently. Of course, once that happened, the welfare association came to be dissolved. I continued with the fight in my own personal case. And in that case, of course, an order came to be passed. I'll discuss that later. While this was going on, the promoter had already executed our deed of declaration along with the bylaws under the Karnataka Apartment Ownership Act 1972, which also would be the bylaws under which we would come together as an association. This was executed on 30th November 2020. And the DOD which the promoter itself had executed mandated that the provisional committee to be formed within 10 days. However, that did not happen. The facilitation to form the association did not come through. During the arguments in the complaint before RERA, the point that the association is not in place was argued sometime in May of 2023. And that was when finally L&T came forward to announce the elections, and last year June we had the elections and the provisional committee came to be formed. So of course 13 of us got elected, and we were to nominate the office bearers amongst ourselves, and I was also one amongst them. And in fact, one of the members who was also elected, while the nominations for office bearers were being made, I did not nominate myself to be an office bearer because I knew I don't have the time to invest for the association. And when he asked me that, aren't you going to nominate? I said, no, I can't. So of course, thereafter the office bearers were nominated and we started functioning. And 6 months into the association being formed, we did whatever best we could during that time. And then we had the SGBM on 21/1/2024. While to resolve certain things and to go forward, but the resolutions, of course, did not come through, but it ended up in the president, Mr. Kripash, and 5 other MC members resigning, and that left us with the remaining 7 of us to carry forward the association. So on 28th of January 2024, the remaining 7 of us started to, we elected the office bearers, and while we proposed that Captain Rajgopal Reddy take up the mantle, he refused. Then we suggested that Dr. Prakash take up the mantle and become the president. He also refused. And in turn, the office bearer, the MC members proposed that I become the president. I was very reluctant to take up the role because 1, I don't have the time, 2, I may not be able to do justice to the job, because once I take up something, I believe that I have to do justice to the job. However, my friends in the MC promised me that they will extend all help, and then I agreed to take up the role. And similarly, our secretary, Mr. Venkatesh, also accepted the post of secretary, and Mr. Ashok Arora continued as the treasurer. So with this, we completed the process of filling up the posts, and within 2 days of coming together, on 30th of January 2024, we woke up to 12 plus crores being deposited into our account by L&T, saying that this is the corpus, and they say that in the meanwhile, on 20th of January, the Real Estate Regulatory Authority had passed an order in the complaint that I had filed, asking L&T to comply with certain things. One of them was to hand over the corpus. So we woke up on 30th of January with 12 plus crore in our accounts, and we didn't know what to do with it. Frankly speaking, we didn't know. They said, and L&T also wrote that we will be terminating all the contracts, and it is your baby now, and you start maintaining the project. Of course, the quantum of transfers, how the transfers came, our secretary will be explaining in detail. So on the second day of us taking over as the office bearers, we were thrust upon the responsibility of maintaining the project, and we had many problems. And since L&T had already written to some of the vendors that it will be exiting, those vendors started approaching us, and we had to extend the contracts. We had to make a lot of corrections. And with this task in hand, since we did not have a hands-on experience, we had niggling issues with almost everything. In fact, I remember one fine night we did not have diesel for the generator, and we did not know what to do. So many small things we came across. We were somehow able to steer through with the experience of the past MC members, of course, Dr. Prakash, Mr. Venkatesh, our captain himself. So all of us came together to ensure that the maintenance activities are carried out the way it should be to the best of our abilities. So while I took over as the president, the first thing I knew and the most important thing to be done was to ensure transparency. So not just transparency, not just within the MC, but also with the community at large. Because the moment you are transparent, the moment there is transparency, one, the questions in the minds of the members will reduce, and also there will be a cohesion between the MC members. So the next was to set up process to function for us to function efficiently and effectively. As a first measure, I streamlined the communication process with LTRDL while keeping myself away from communicating with LNT and authorizing our secretary for him alone to communicate with LNT so that there is a proper process while communicating and receiving communications back. I also decentralized all the responsibilities within the MC, and these subcommittees which had already been formed were activated, and I also constituted new subcommittees to ensure that the objectives of Rtbaoa could be achieved. These subcommittees have been functioning independently and are very active, and I have also ensured that the MC has absolutely no opportunity to interfere with their functioning. I ensured that independence is given to these subcommittees, and whatever recommendations these committees put forth to us, the MC deliberates it and accepts it. In all cases, most of the cases, as so far, whatever recommendations have come from these committees, the MC has accepted. That's how effective these subcommittees have been. So next thing to focus upon was how we as the MC function. Since no set processes had been adopted, the process of conducting the MC meetings themselves had to be first streamlined. I requested our secretary to start preparing the agendas for the MC meetings, and also I ensured that the agenda of the MC meetings is shared between the MC members before the meetings. And then the meeting was held as per the agenda, and then the minutes of the MC meetings have been recorded by myself during the meetings. In all the meetings since January till now, I must say that I haven't missed a single meeting, and I ensured that I record the minutes myself. At least, if not finalization, I would ensure that a draft is made, read out to all the members so that we don't have any misunderstandings, we don't have any misinformation or anything thereafter. Of course, we have had our dissents, but everything has been cordial, everything has been nice. So, as you know, we have also published all the minutes of the MC meetings till now on MyGate so that the residents, the owners can see for themselves what work we are doing so that they also know, and also for them to come forward to help us, and we have certainly received help from many of the residents and owners. So I must also add that ever since I took over as I have not missed, and of course, because I have not missed a single meeting, that's also a complaint of our vice president. He says, you've not allowed me to chair even one meeting. So, yeah. So, of course, after this, like I said, I knew the best way forward is to ensure that there is complete transparency and policies are in place, which cannot be overcome even by me as the president. So I kind of wanted to ring fence the whole thing so that there is absolute transparency. And I must say that I have kept such a distance that I must have called the property manager about once or twice, or anyone else. I haven't. I have kept myself away. I haven't imposed myself as the president, or I haven't. So because responsibilities are already shared and everybody knows what is it, and I am very confident with my team that they are doing it to the best of their ability. I have not had the opportunity to intervene in anything. So I must thank all my MC members for for helping me with what I have done. So the next objective was to start communicating with LTRDL, which job our secretary did very efficiently. And we were to establish two-way communication, and we were able to establish two-way communication, and which resulted in a joint meeting in the presence of all the MC members and a walkthrough. Our secretary will give you more details as to what is the outcome of the walkthrough and what this exercise that we did. And I must say that all the MC members contributed to the cause and lent their hand in enabling me to do my work efficiently. Even dissent amongst us was cordial and only to ensure that we as an MC function and do our job properly. So it was my endeavor to keep the team together and not let the team have dissent in such a way that we cannot function. So I have to thank all the MC members who tolerated me not being able to give a sufficient time by doing the work tirelessly behind the scenes. I really thank them all. I particularly thank Mr. Venkatesh, who's as a secretary has stood by me like a pillar and has without fail, I must say, whenever he's been in Bangalore in RTB, he has put in 4 to 5 hours of work every day. It's really commendable what he has done. I thank our Vice President, Dr. Prakash, for being the man on the ground and to take care of all the small and big issues. So whatever you see, all the small issues, it's him behind the scenes who is doing everything. I thank our treasurer, Mr. Ashok Arora, who always said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of the money." And I thank Captain Rajgopal for being the, I should say, he's the person who highlights all the problems and issues that we need to get addressed. And of course, it'll be great if he also helps us to come forward, helps us find solutions to all the problems that he highlights. And given that he has very good knowledge about the project in its entirety right from the beginning, and he's been the one who's been highlighting all the issues. I thank Mr. Sundar Iyer, who is like a backbone of Rtbaoa and is always willing to take up responsibilities. And I thank Ms. Brunal, Mr. Satish, Captain Makkar, Mr. Venu, Mr. Asif, Ms. Meera, and Mr. Panchakshaya for contributing in their respective subcommittees and also as members of the subcommittee in the most honest and efficient manner. And they have done it to the best of their abilities, and they have brought tremendous value to Rtbaoa functioning as it is today. I also thank all the owners and residents who have been generous enough by contributing their time to assist Rtbaoa as part of the various subcommittees which are efficiently functioning because of them. I know as the president, my failures would be many, and it may look like we have achieved very little in this short time, but let me tell you, when we took over, there was a storm for us to weather. And we had to first find an anchor, stabilize, and then start to function, and which is what we have done. And it has taken time, and now we are on our way to do better work. And with the help of everyone in the community, we will be able to take positive steps forward to ensure that we do our best for RTB. I won't say we can wave a magic wand and everything will be resolved. It is work in progress, and you will find us wanting in several areas, but now with a full and bigger team at the MC, I hope we will be able to do work with great speed and efficiency. I would also, of course, this is something out of the context. I want to go to WhatsApp. I would also like to make a request to all those who are active on WhatsApp to firstly come forward to offer to help Rtbaoa. Merely sitting at home and WhatsApping is not going to help, and also to understand that as MC members, we are your neighbors and friends. We are not your enemies, and we are not here to impose ourselves on you. So everything that affects you also affects us because we also live here amongst you all. I also urge you to understand that we also as MC members have our personal and professional lives. So before you post the often repeated question, what is the MC doing? Please understand it's an honorary work that we do, and we do it keeping the larger interest of the community, and we do our best in fulfilling our responsibility entrusted to us. We may take some good and some bad decisions, but please bear with us when we are slow or you find us wanting. We have about 1,600 members, and each of us have our own individual problem, including me. Even I haven't been able to sort out my flush issue at home. So what plagues you plagues me also. So if there is a STP water issue, it is there at my house also. So it's not that I am not unaffected or any of the MC members are unaffected by it. So, and I must say that we are always open to suggestions and corrections. Our office is always open for anybody to come, inspect the records or ask us questions, do everything. Somebody will be there from the MC to answer your questions. So, lastly, I must thank you all for giving me this opportunity to serve the community. I don't know for how long I'll be able to continue, given my personal and professional obligations, but for sure, I won't leave without ensuring that things are in place for Rtbaoa to perform at its best. Last, but not the least, this is with a, I have to do this. I would like to correct a wrong that I as an individual committed, and we all as a community allowed a wrong to be done to one of us. In the SGBM that was held in January 2024, we exceeded our boundaries of being a collective of civilized people and said things and did things which are worthy of, if I may say, being expunged and regretted. On behalf of myself and the entire community, I would like to extend our deepest regret to our past president, Mr. Kripash Shankar, and also his family members. And I would like to say that it is not his, but our honor that was dented on that day. Sir, please accept my apologies, and please give him a big hand. And he did a great job as the president. Yeah, and I really requested him to come today so that, of course, he has been graceful enough to be here. So with this, I would like to say that we are all trying to do our best. Consider us as your friends, and please don't go to WhatsApp, come to us. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. I now request our secretary. One more thing. Of course, if it's a question, we won't take it now. Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay. Just to tell you all, in order to streamline the questions that will come from you at a later stage, we have slips of paper because it's also important for us to record all the questions and also for us to prepare the minutes of meetings. So there'll be volunteers with papers. Please write your questions so that we can record them properly, and while we answer them, we can also record the answers. So there are people with paper. Whenever, of course, the question and answers will be taken up at the end. I now request our President, Mr. Venkatesh, to give the Secretary's report. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. President has stolen most of my points now. I don't know what to speak, but you will have to bear with me to submit the entire proceedings, what have happened from the day till date, and give you an update where we are and where we stand today. It's my part of the job, but you will have to bear with me for 30-40 minutes. It's part of our presentation, and I'll start the presentation with now. I have devised this briefing. Hello, Pedro. ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಬರುತ್ತಾ?
ಹೌದು, ಇವೆರಡು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಇದೆಲ್ಲ? ಹಾಂ, ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. Sorry for the interruption. when I took over as the secretary, my first job was to see where do we start from. In fact, I did not know the boundary itself first. It was a chaotic condition for me. The corpus had come, CAM has been transferred, we don't know what to start, what to do, whether to hold it or to revert it or to fight it. That is where actually we started. In fact, hailing from a corporate background and from Harvard, I thought, let me strategize myself. Forget about all the issues. Issues will be there. Issues have to be handled. If issues are there, we are not required. So definitely, I thought, let me put my career first to the job profession, what I am going to do now. Professionally. I submitted my career also to my president as well as the MC group, and with the KPIs, with the deadlines. That is how I started my journey first. So that the journey will be always very professional and to the point, focused with an agenda, and we drive the point what we are supposed to do. I'll start the presentation with a prelude. I covered 5 key result areas for me at that point of time. 1, governance and administration. RTBA was lacking for many things. I'll brief that when we go to each slides. Introduction of systems and transparent working. There was a chaotic, owners were restless at that point of time, not knowing what to do. And handling of the crisis in Q4 FY 2024, that prevailed on account of an abrupt compliance of RERA order by RTDL. Yes, Suhail got the order on 20th. We were the victims of that order. And optimization of CAM. In fact, we had promised that we will optimize everything and we'll come out with the result. How do we do that when we don't do anything? These were the 5 areas of key result areas which I took it as a challenge for me, and with KPIs of at least 10 KPIs for each category with a deadline I had submitted. These 5 key areas were covering the 5 basic issues of the targets which we are supposed to do. Statutory requirements of Rtbaoa. Rtbaoa is a baby with no compliance, no GST, nothing. Then systems and processes and transparency, which was a need of the hour at that point of time. Then status of interaction and LTRDL. How do we update ourselves? How do we communicate to people? Can just help me for that. Then progress made during the year. How to communicate society and the owners, fellow owners, about the progress made during the year, and optimization of the revenue, expenses, and controls. So all these 5 areas covers this gambit, and then it starts now. I have devised this presentation on where did I start from and what is today, so that community can judge whether it is right, wanting, deficient, or still more to be done. A starting point for me in the general administration, the first key area. Lack of statutory compliances of Rtbaoa. Before even acquiring all the requisite things, we started jumping things, which resulted in many errors which we did. First, set the house in order is a first priority before we go out to attack any other problem. Set the house in order first. That was the first step, where there was no TAN, no GST, no affiliations, bank operation formalities, insurance renewals, shortage of members on MC, case in ROC against Rtbaoa, no water borewell clearances, no bank account for culture committee, no staff to work with, to name a few. It was scratch from the beginning. No systems and processes established, no SOPs, policies, guidelines, IT infrastructure, official mail system that also had expired because of the domain issues, and no legacy to inherit for the continuance, nor any hand-holding. No hand-holding formal handover, missing handover reports from the previous MC, starting every activity fresh. We started the activity afresh. And 6 members on MC resigned, and they were also not able to submit the status or handover report for the new committee to begin with. So, what is the status today? I only told the problem, but what is the condition today now? We have GST registration completed on 28/2/2024 based on an allotment letter LTRDL for our office on 29/7/2023 itself, that was available in our files, which served as an address proof. We were fighting with L&T to give address proof. Even after we came, I wrote 3 letters for address proof. But this letter, using this letter, we were able to get the GST registration. TAN registration was completed on 17/5, and with PAN and GST registrations, providing Aadhaar of myself, my personal Aadhaar I gave for KYC completion. So it was completed. Then KGWA, no objection certificate to run 2 borewells in existing phase 1, received on 5/2/2024 after much persuasion. That is saving lot of money for water consumption in Earthing. Affiliation to Bangalore Apartment Owners Apartment Federation to get an update what is happening in and around Bangalore societies, so that we are apprised of the latest in the circuit. That we acquired in the month of March, and one federation meeting also happened here when water crisis was going in Bangalore. Conservation of water was the theme. Based on RTBA objections filed on 7/2/2024 before the Register of Societies by our President, the complaint registered the validity of the previous election is closed and issue resolved as on date. Election to the vacant positions of MC was scheduled on 17/3/2024, and 6 new members were inducted to the MC to establish a quorum at nil cost. LTRDL used to give 2.5 lakh rupees bill. We did it in nil cost. Banking operations with HDFC were streamlined, thereby establishing QR code, internet banking formalities, customized accounting for individual owner in the banking system was established in April 2024. Once again, election to the vacant positions, 6 vacant positions of MC was conducted on 31/8 yesterday, and 6 new members were inducted to the MC to establish the full quorum for the second year of operation. Again, expenditure less than 25,000, only ballot printing. Thanks to all the team, MC members and CBRE and all other team who helped us in this matter. Now, 11th point, based on the interviews, 5 MC members of panel constituted, and RTBA appointed assistant property manager, finance manager, front desk executive, and also established office during March-May 2024, and further 1 more staff hired from the existing services for serving us good coffee and tea. Desktops, MS Office, drives, mobile, IT infra gadgets were procured, and functioning of RTBA established. Zoho platform subscription for finance management, mail system, data storage, and domain, which had expired, were revived, and communication network for RTBA established. All correspondences of RTBA in mails, letters, and documents in and out, and statutory papers filed, indexed, digitized, archived, and stored in drives now. All the documents from the day I took over, all are in drive today. And in the files also physically. And improved traceability of documents and records in office for transparency and communication of RTBA in and out in hard and soft formats. Systematic conduct of MC meetings. So Mr. Suhail has already explained all the points. Here, my job was to create that paper for doing all that activity. Here, he guided me to create all those things, but the preparation itself is a task. Systematic conduct of MC meetings with a finalized agenda with prior meetings. Focused discussion on deliberations on the agenda, to the points, recording of the minutes of the meeting then and there, and getting vetted by all the MC members introduced. So there is no confusion at all. So all such MOMs of the MC meeting from the date of assuming office, and also the important communications of RTBA with LTRDL are shared to owners immediately. With no legacy to inherit, RTBA established KRI, KPI approach and started evaluating outputs based on the focused approach and timelines. All the subcommittees constituted hitherto were revived for functioning, with many other subcommittees based on the functional requirements were constituted for intended delivery and priority. Ensured all the assets of Rtbaoa residential complex being maintained by Rtbaoa and directors and officers insurance also, with competitive bidding, with a substantial saving on the premiums when compared to LTRDL. Substantial savings. Of course, we have taken our D&O insurance also, so that when we are arrested, we are taken care. Now, second point. Now, when it comes to introduction of, when I second carrier, when I told, now the difference is from that time to today, difference you can notice. Now, the systems and processes for transparent working. That was a crisis at that point of time. And starting point, what was the starting point for us? The starting point for us, lack of process-driven approach. No SOPs, guidelines, policies, criteria for decision-making finalized. Lack of transparency in the functioning of Rtbaoa. Poor communication from MC to owners. No updates provided to owners from time to time, leading to frustration. Inadequate communication engagement, community engagement, No interactive sessions with the community, nor presentations made out. MC functioning opaque. Agenda not run, MOM not finalized, nor vetted by members, nor shared. Lack of role clarity and accountability among MC members for smooth functioning and avoid conflicts. There should be always overlapping and one fighting with the other. So what is the status today? I defined the problems. Now the status today. As an immediate response for transparency issues, 3 town hall meetings were conducted. I thank all our IT supporters who helped us in doing so. Deepak, Sharath and all other team helped us in conducting during February to April 24, wherein all the updates were provided. This open house culture for periodic interaction with the owners improved awareness. When the attendance started sinking, it was discontinued, assuming that owners are adequately informed now. Structures of MCM with clear agenda, minutes drawn out immediately. Further, all the MOMs and MC meetings are published in MyGate and mails to all the owners. Vendor published them. There was not even a minutes of the previous AGM was finalized. So that minutes were finalized as Mr. Sundarayar drafted the entire minutes, and as received, it is published to the owners again. Vendor management policy, it is a very sensitive subject. It is a place where it provides inputs to the CAM, also questions with the integrity. That is where exactly a policy-driven approach has to be done. The very first agenda we took was adopt a vendor management policy for Rtbaoa, and we published that vendor management policy to the owners for adoption on 9/3/24 and effectively implemented for handling contract activities in a fair, transparent manner with integrity. Rate card for vendor management policy, rate card as per the vendor management policy published on 9/3/24 for various commercial activities inside residential complex. Streamlined communication channels with the vendors and organogram of Rtbaoa and standardized subcommittees functioning by creating adequate email IDs and the mail platform to function independently. Nobody need to come to secretary for everything. The independent IDs, they work with their own platform, and the decisions will be taken in the MC after proper recommendation. Created subcommittees for finalization of SOPs for the functioning of Rtbaoa, including MC. How MC should perform. We wanted to create an SOP for that itself first. Committees had several interactions and penned down drafts of the same. Also, MC visited esteemed associations, collected data for the same. Committee had also deliberated on SOPs and guidelines that existed with LTRDL after arriving at suitable SOPs to Rtbaoa. Rtbaoa appointed a consultant even for drafting SOPs for Rtbaoa professionally in June. And they have also shared their draft SOPs to committee now. Committee is working on the same and expect standard operating procedures to evolve as a document and a Bible for driving this forward in future. It will be, it's expected soon. Then the traffic management policy, which was one of the very big chaos in the system. Somebody parking car here, somebody parking there, how is allowed, what time he should come in, how many guests you can receive. A traffic management policy was drafted from the Traffic Management Committee. And it is adopted in MC on 24/8/2024 and approved for implementation with immediate effect. Guidelines for ethical conduct and the last rights were also approved in MC on 24/8/2024 for implementation in this regard. Rate card for the existing vendor that LTRDL had already brought in of the vendors operating inside have been finalized on 13/3/24 and published. All the vendors have cleared their dues now. Ashok ji will be very happy that every money has come now. And they have been paying the requisite fees and tariffs in this regard. Working organogram of Rtbaoa, which is a very, very essential item to sort out all the conflicts that exist within the MC for role clarity. That is finalized, basis subcommittee system formalized. Many of you who are working with the subcommittees would be aware of how transparently the subcommittees are functioning now. Role clarity on subcommittees and accountability on the MC members for delivering that goods, who heads that subcommittee, and hassle-free functioning to avoid conflicts established. Subcommittee for recommending amendments to bylaws has been constituted, and it has forwarded their final recommendation for the consideration of MC and AGM finally. It is part of the resolution for which already voting system is on in the MyGate. Many of you can access in your MyGate. It is, the voting system is on. You can cast your vote for the resolution brought here for the AGM. Then autonomous, then is another subcommittee for IT and communication system who have also been advising us and contributing towards infra creation and maintenance of IT and other systems and communication channels of Rtbaoa. Autonomous empowered subcommittee. This is a different committee which has got autonomous power to deal with even LTRDL directly. Committee has been constituted for providing final resolution to STP1 of the phase 1 RTB. Independent survey of STP1 has been conducted, and subcommittee has proposed final report for the information of the MC on 30/8/2024, day before yesterday evening. Final report is received, as received by them, would be taken up with LTRDL for implementation. I thank subcommittee headed by Mr. Venugopal and members Arif, Raghu Shetty, Sharanappa Gadiger immensely for their contribution and delving deep into the subject and doing a wonderful, coming up with a wonderful output and a report in this regard, which serves as a tool for taking up with the LTRDL. Thank you, Venu. Move in, move out and ownership change policy for tariffs have been finalized by MC on 9/3/24 and implemented with immediate effect. Notice for the regulation of commercial operations in RTB in violation of the sale deed and bylaws. Maybe some of the towers are prominent, other towers are also participating in this, in violating in the terms and conditions of sale deed and bylaws, have been generally given notice and individually given personal notices for resisting from refraining from doing so, because it's a residential community end of the day. SOPs for the conduct of culture committee have been received from culture committee, and they have been studied, they have been under study for adoption and implementation of the same in the MC committee. Also, cultural committee has been enabled for financial transaction with banking network at arm's length. Thanks, we really thank culture committee for standing with us for all the celebrations and the creating joy in the community in this regard. Independent techno-commercial subcommittee. This is another subcommittee because there are several contracts which are of high value. So an independent techno-commercial subcommittee, depending on the value of the committee, 5-member committee or a 7-member committee of technical SMEs from Rtbaoa has been formed on 2/6/2024 for joint walkthrough, snagging and property takeover. This is also being empowered to have handover takeover activities in this regard. Today, RTBOA has secured, I can declare today, RTBOA has secured all the statutory compliances, established the systems, processes, office, and it is a legal entity as on date. Now I can declare this openly. This took nearly 5 to 6 months of our time to establish this, to set the house in order first. Now, I will come to the third KRA. How to handle the crisis that prevailed on account of the abrupt abeyance of RERA order by LTRDL. What was the starting point for us for that? The starting point here I will be defining the definition, the problems. LTRDL chose for an abrupt abeyance of RERA order on 21/2024 in a private matter. Actually, it was not even RTBA was not a party for that. It's a private matter which was enlarged as a tool to dump assets and facilities on RTB residential complex, including common area on RTBA. The reference of the case is also I have given here. That resulted to unilateral transfer of corpus and CAM. Both are unverified to RTBA operating account with HDFC Bank on 3 dates, 31/2024, 33/2024, and 37/2024. Maybe L&T is fascinated with date 30. Covering Tower 1 to 17, Phase 1, Tower 19 to 25 in Phase 2, and Tower 29 to 32 in Phase 3, Tower 36, clubhouse and common areas. These are the corpus which is covered, corpus and CAM balance. LTRDL's claim, there is a catch here. LTRDL claims that they have already handed over the property to RTBAOA during the past committee itself, before we took over, dated RTB FM 43, dated 16/9/2024 itself, which was duly acknowledged by RTBAOA then. A copy of the same has been submitted by them to RERA in compliance of this order already. Worse being, no more renewal of the punch points established by LTRDL because there was already an agreement to, no more discussions, agreement in this regard. Now you tell me, where do we start from? RTBA did not have any statutory compliances, including GST, to even start operations. Water tanks empty. Suhail has told diesel. I am coming to water, sir, with your permission. No water. Me and Prakash used to sit together, talk to each and every tanker operator, tanker owner, please come and supply. They were not supplying. They wanted to increase their rates. LTRDL has not paid them for nearly 1 year of their dues. And they did not want to supply water. Here, water level is 20%, 10%. Hearts burning at that point of time. What to do? No water, no diesel, no spares. Stinking STP. Pathetic condition everywhere. This was the day on 30th of January we faced. 2 days from the date of assuming power, our service, our office. Dilemma with RTBAOA, either to hold corpus and CAM or revert and fight for proper handover. There was a dilemma again. Somebody used to suggest keep the money, somebody used to tell revert the money. What we should do? Now, the challenges at that point of time for us was engage RTBAOA for arrangement of CAM and assets formalities. We have to engage with LTRDL, whereas LTRDL is not talking to us. We talk to them, they don't talk to us. Force LTRDL to accept punch points, phase 1, dated 12/2/24, undoing the previous agreements. There was an agreement, we had to undo that and forcefully we have to keep that punch points open so that can be covered under DLP issues. Role clarity between LTRDL, RTBAOA for operation and maintenance of common areas. Establish professional communication channel for receiving reply feedback owing to strained relations. Engage RTL for day-to-day issues and daily problem crisis. They never even give us a piece of paper for getting the diesel indent. A piece of paper which we wanted to adopt as a base and put it as a draft. Formation of the technical committee and project team for interaction of the resolution of the daily issues. Force LTRDL to bear tanker water in phase 2 as BWSSP water supply was not constrained. We had to force them to bear that cost. And then force LTRDL for digging 2 bore wells and for the community. handling of STP issues, technical and performance, overcoming the resistance of local LTRDL team for every proposal of LTRDL. Now, what is the status today? These were the problems. The status today are all the vendor agreements that existed during unilateral actions of LTRDL have been extended up to 39/2024 by Rtbaoa for the tranquility first. All the contracts transferred to Rtbaoa and LOA is issued after all the permits of Rtbaoa are secured in all respects commercially and legally. RFQs have been initiated for the finalization of new contracts for future with effect from 1/10/2004 and due diligence for this process is under progress. Rtbaoa has established two-way communication now. This is a significant achievement. Two-way communication channel has been established for interacting with various issues for resolution now. All statutory permissions are being looked after by LTRDL and Rtbaoa was successful in not changing permits in Rtbaoa name and kept them in LTRDL's name even today. They are now renewing all the clearances themselves and we are supporting them. Now, handling of operation and maintenance related issues of the respective subcommittees of Rtbaoa so as to maintain no disturbance to the community. Takeover of MyGate administrative rights of Rtbaoa and handling owner related tickets issues directly, transferring DLP issues to LTRDL. Effective coordination with the suppliers, vendors, contractors, contracts directly for smooth functioning of and optimization of expenditure of cam control. Commissioning of one defunct borewell below Tower 7 in March 27, thereby reducing the cost of tanker water to negligible or nil. I would like to thank Mr. John Daniel, who was instrumental behind doing this, and kudos to him. All of us are having 30% of water cost less because of the efforts of the individuals. Yeah, that I'll give. It is there. Then completion of the STP treated water connectivity to all the towers of phase 1 by 29/2/2024 by LTRDL, thereby bringing down the water challenges and cost to the community by 30%. Effectively handling BWSSB. Effectively handling means all of us know how to effectively handle, so that they supply water more than the water what they supply to others, at least for our community. This is one of the very, then today 30% of the water is from BWSSB and remainings are from borewell and tanker nil only for the purpose of keeping the vendor ready in case of exigencies. We buy sometimes in between so that the vendor is active. Now there is no water from tanker for phase 1. MC Rtbaoa has decided to revive the defunct borewells of phase 2 also now. We approached LTRDL to do under DLP. But when they told that they don't have a statutory permission to do so, we decided in MC that we will implement, we will commission it, we will pump water and take permission and put the bill on LTRDL at a later stage. We have taken a decision, tendering is going on. Once the contract is finalized, hope phase 2 people will have at least some solace in getting the water problems resolved. All the batteries of fire pump, DGs at the rate of 12 lakhs were replaced by LTRDL under DLP and the problems related to them were resolved. None of the fire pumps were starting. All the batteries were dead when we took over. None of the auto or even critical machines were not functioning. DGs never used to start because of the battery failed. EV charging station in front of tower 19 and 20 commissioned and made it operational. EV in front of tower 2 is also under commissioning. It will be operational very soon. Badminton court, squash court, tennis court, all these things have been addressed now. They are of the past now. I think tennis crowd is also happy to play on the new turf. And then there was a DG. One DG was down for a long time because of the engine servicing. DG1 is engine servicing completed and it is put on use now. Now we have all the DGs working in phase 1 and phase 2. This is another significant achievement. LTRDL agreed to pay water tanker charges of phase 2, tower 36 and clubhouse till BW water is connected to them. We got them in writing that they will bear the cost till the time for phase 3 and phase 2, till the time they supply connect water. And then, now I'll come with the establish two-way communication channel with LTRDL. Earlier, we used to write, they don't respond. We write, they don't respond. We have written over 70, 80 letters with no response. They ignored us, in fact, completely. Fatigue on one-sided communication from RTBA with no response from LTRDL. Strained relation with LTRDL leading to caustic communications. Trust deficit with the builder due to their failures and non-responsive approach. LTRDL afraid of entering into any working arrangement or agreement with RTBAOA. Lack of customer centricity with LTRDL, and LTRDL is not the same as L&T organization. Let's be very, very clear. L&T is a different organization. LTRDL is as equal to as any other thug builder in this market. Frequently changing hierarchies of LTRDL and change in their stance. Manipulative approach to escape responsibilities. And delaying tactics to frustrate RTBAOA and Encash. These were the issues with LTRDL when communication started. Now, what is the status today? RTBAOA has established effective communication channel with LTRDL, and LTRDL is responding to our calls. I don't say they are agreeing to everything, but they are responding now. RTBAOA has taken a stand that property has not been handed over properly, and just transfer of CAM and corporate does not absolve LTRDL of its responsibilities to hand over the property professionally by creating mutual document in this regard. Knowingly very well how other societies have been struggling to, including L&T South City, where I am also a member, I have not got corpus still, struggling to get their corpus and CAM. RTBAOA took a wise stand that it was a boon by virtue of RERA order. All our corpus and CAM have been received and invested in safe deposits. At least we have corpus and CAM with our money is there with us. Subsequently, from the beginning of the current MC, RTBAOA tried its level best to enter into an interim arrangement. With all this, corpus has come, CAM has come, we say they have not handed over. They say that we have already handed over the property in the previous committee itself. They have acknowledged that letter also. So in that condition, we wanted to enter into an interim arrangement with LTRDL by way of an MOU or an agreement or kind of a settlement, some kind of an working arrangement with the 4 points again, 4 conditions. 1, interim arrangement for O&M of phase 1 and 2 Tower 36 Clubhouse related area, only its interim arrangement. Then punch points for phase 2, what we have submitted. Punch points had to be accepted as per 12/2/2022 for further review and to be taken under DLP category. So we forced them. In fact, you have to agree. If you agree this, we will enter this. Then also phase 2 and phase 3 punch points to be addressed when they were furnished to RTBAOA. And all statutory permissions of NOCs, permissions, consents, licenses, etc. till the full handover of the phase 3 of the project is completed to be under the scope of LTRDL, being the project proponent. Permit, sir, and permit and cooperate with for due diligence by RTBAOA upon completion of phase 3 of RTB and rectification of the snags by LTRDL if found any during due diligence. So we are going to conduct due diligence. Once the phase 3 is completed, we will appoint a third party independent agency. We will arrive at a snag point again, and we will conduct and will force LTRDL to rectify that and then properly hand over. Because we claim they have not handed over. And then with that, LTRDL and RTBAOA have exchanged multiple drafts. To be very precise, 7 drafts have been exchanged for the agreements. But for the same, so that the smooth, hassle-free transition is established and proper takeover of the assets and facilities is achieved. RTBAOA has written the following 5 letters to chairman of L&T Group. That property has not been handed over to RTBAOA properly, and unilateral transfer of CAM and surplus, surplus does not amount to physical handover of the property with joint documentation, apart from several communication to various other hierarchies. So these are the 5 letters we have written to chairman, which have been properly responded already. And Rtbaoa was almost successful in getting LTRDL on board. When LTRDL visited Rtbaoa on 4/4/2024, they changed their stand suddenly, even though the final draft had been finalized before the same. They changed their stand suddenly. They did not sign the paper again. However, during the same visit, we got again punch points and issues got discussed with the CAM and balance. One-sided MOM was forwarded for the same meeting again, and which was sufficiently replied by us on 8/5/24, adding Rtbaoa comments for the same. Further, during 3 to 7 June 2024, a joint walkthrough of all the assets of LTRDL had transferred CAM and corpus have been conducted. An expert handover takeover committee of technical experts from Rtbaoa community and LTRDL project and FM team participated in the same and listed the snag points in 4 categories: electrical systems, MEP systems and mechanical systems, communication and CCTV, and civil infra and landscaping. Final points for resolutions have been now with Rtbaoa as on 6/6/2024 are punch points as on 12/2, snag list of the walkthrough, phase 2 punch points which we had already written, and snag list for the common areas. These are the 4 existing list that LTRDL has to attend as per DLP. LTRDL then refused to sign any agreement further. And MOM, punch points and snag list as finalized and gave commitment that they would be addressed those issues raised in this regard. They have given a commitment on a mail and they have signed the minutes. Rtbaoa wrote to chairman again on 8/6/2024 about the same and put it on record that unless LTRDL executes a joint agreement or hands over the property professionally, it would not be deemed to be handed over, even though Rtbaoa is maintaining the property by virtue of unilateral transfer of CAM and corpus. Because we are not in a position to hand over the money back. We are afraid they will not give back again. So hold the money and put a pressure on them. That is the strategy we adopted. And today, if anybody asks me what is the stand of Rtbaoa with LTRDL communication, means without prejudice to above, Rtbaoa would like to state that if LTRDL intends to hand over the common areas of the project, including all the amenities and facilities of RTB project properly, they may be done so after rectification of all defects, violations and snags reported hitherto, and completion of statutory property due diligence by Rtbaoa together with rectification of the defects reported then in this regard. This is the stand we are towing. However, rectification works as agreed in the various MOMs and snag lists exchanged in the emails are underway, and Rtbaoa shall review them accordingly. And now I will give you some statistics of punch points, how many punch points, how many problems, and top 10 issues we need to discuss. I'll give some brief of the items. Punch points first. Punch points started 5 years before. First it was 16, then it became 31, then it became 45, then it became 56, then it became 77, and then it became 84 today. So much. Every year we passed, everyone observing the problems. So from core committee to various other owner group organizations coming out with various problems have been compiled into one bucket, which served as a master document for getting the problems resolved from LTRDL. Thanks to all those people who contributed that, and I thank really Captain Rajgopal involved in these activities, and I really thank Matthews to conduct due diligence and keep on updating on my request. Every time, whenever I approach him, he does that job for me. Thank all the members for doing this activity diligently. Now, L&T has agreed for further review and clubbed these 84 points. There were repetitions in these 84 points. Some of them repeatedly, some of the different areas, same problem. They clubbed into 32 categories, and in an MOM dated 4/4/24, all these problems have been agreed except one problem, which is a GALE, gas pipeline running in the basement, which LTRDL has not agreed for rectification, and they have told they cannot do anything. Rtbaoa has written twice to GALE on a registered post acknowledgement due. However, no response received so far from them. And I'll come to the strategy what we have taken in future. And then walk through 3 to 7 June 2024. What are the snag lists reported? Number of snag reported were 946. 946 in phase 1 and phase 2 and tower 36. So many snag lists have been given to them for attending after the walkthrough. I thank all the members of our technical committee who really did a wonderful job in identifying all the problems. I'm really grateful for them for working 4 days, 8 to 9 hours along with that project team to identify the problem, get it recorded jointly. It is not that one-sided document again. It is a joint recording of the problems. And then those points agreed for further review on 7/6/24. LNTRDL agreed to rectify all those things on 7/6/2024. And Rtbaoa supervising work in progress and coordinating with LTRDL team in this regard. And snag list for common areas 161. That is common area means I refer to rooms, unused areas, different rooms they have given, and some of the spaces, free spaces available, all those areas, 161 problems in that area. Somewhere washrooms are not there, somewhere washroom is stinking, somewhere commodes are missing, somewhere no tiling, no painting, all that kind of issues. Now, these statistics, I think, I don't know whether people from back would be able to read. If anybody comes to office, I'll be able to share that statistics of these problems. Now the problems, I highlighted 4 problems. Snag list, punch list, phase 2 issues, and then another snag list of common area. Totally, we have 978 issues for resolution from the LTRDL. 978 issues as on date. This is the statistics of all the points. And I'll be failing if I say only problems. Now I'll tell you what is the action taken in this regard. Work completed 273 in this 278. 970. Work completed 273. That is 28%. Work in progress 119. That is 12%. And open still for starting the work, agreed yet to start the work, 433, that is 44%. And executed as per design, 94, 10%. They design errors have been rectified and they completed that work. And they are claiming Rtbaoa in CAM, they have to rectify the problems, 59. We are still negotiating. They claim it is a CAM problem and we are telling you do it. So it's a two-way process going on. Still we are negotiating. That is 6%. And totally 978 amounting to 100% of the problems. This is the gamut of all the problems, whatever we are talking hitherto from the last 4 years. Complete summary. Now, some of the members who had written to me earlier to highlight some 10 major problems, which I consider the critical one, and give the update on the same. I thought it is fit for me to give the update on those things. Sinking road access. There is, on the main road, there is one road which is sinking. One side of the road is sinking partially towards the drain side. Permission given to LTRDL to start the work. They have agreed to do the job. And they wanted LTRDL to give permission to start the work. We have given the permit. We have asked them to start the work, given permission. But all that we demanded was asking LTRDL, what are you going to do? First you tell us. What are you going to do? Again, if you do a improper job, then again it will be a problem. So give us what are you going to give us a brief of what are you going to do technically, and also give us a proper schedule. When are you going to start? When are you going to complete? So that the traffic is not affected in that area. That is all we wanted. They are yet to start the work. We have given clearance. Next, paver tiles issue. Alternate tile proposed for testing by LTRDL without providing quality certificate. Only manufacturer certificate was furnished. How can we take that for granted? Technically, we cannot accept just like that. Then Rtbaoa got the tiles tested for strength from the reputed lab in India and confirmed that LTRDL wants to test the same, it has to be done for a length of at least 50 meters. They wanted to test it for 10 meters. What inference you can draw out of the 10 meters? Though we told them at least 50 meters of length you test it, so that if there is any problem, you will come to know technically. And you have to do it at your own risk again. We are not standing guarantee for that. You test it, if fails, you correct it. If it does not, if it fits, okay, we are also acceptable, our problem is resolved. As the tiles were not satisfied, because we did this because the tiles what we tested and got the report were not satisfactory. As per our test reports, the design, contour and the configuration of the tile, technically as a technocrat, I can tell you, that doesn't suit for our way of operations. It is a tile. We want a paver. Paver is a block, not a tile. Tile is a aesthetic part for any community to walk or cycling. Whereas block is a one where a load bearing surface can be created. Even for ports which has got 160, 170 tons, we create paver tiles. Paver blocks. Paver blocks bear the load. So we have told them all these things. Coming to an end. And all this, we are attending to that problem, and we have told them to do this at their way. Then basement leakages. Out of the 27 leakages, joints, including tower joints, seepages, water tank system, 6 are attended. And I have monitored personally myself, there is no leakage till date. But we are still observing, and it is still under observation. Rest of the things are yet to be taken up and work in progress. STP. I have already briefed STP in this regard. LTRDL suggests, in this there is a small hitch. LTRDLs came and approached us. If we do the job, we'll do only centrifuge, only 27 lakhs or 30 lakhs we spend and go away. If you really want to have a problem, they were fair enough to ask us, give a complete solution. You study and propose a solution and implement it. We will reimburse the cost, or we will pay you cost, at our cost you do it. We appointed a technical subcommittee, and they have already conducted an independent survey. They have given a final report day before yesterday, and we will be pursuing that further in this regard. In the meantime, there was one issue. They had flushed water for 4 years in our flush tanks, the clean water. Mr. Praveen Kishore used to say always, "Mera paisa kab aayega pani ka? Mera paisa kab aayega pani ka?" Sir, they have given in writing, 30 lakhs will be given to you first. But we are not happy. We are not happy with 30 lakhs. We have sent our accounting 39.76 lakhs. The process is still on. We will be finalizing some amount in this matter, and we get our water cost back. Then PNG gas pipeline, I have already explained, LTRDL is not doing anything and categorically rejected. However, Rtbaoa has to engage some professional agency now and declare the defect in the report so that LTRDL does rectification of the same. We have to first we have to declare the defect first. We are not able to declare it so. Then issue of crush, clubhouse, diesel storage in the DG room already resolved, and all these things are being attended. And landscaping and irrigation system, they have agreed to commission completely, demonstrate it with our technical team, and then hand over. We are waiting for the same. And last but not the point, CAM and EBITDA. The CAM and our money part of it. No working arrangement was there. Mostly cash management at that point of time. All the expenditure approved by L&T and reimbursed to us. Even though cost was spent by us, they used to reimburse us. Ad hoc bill payment, no revenue or only office expenditure, no audit nor checking mechanisms, corpus scam were with LTRDL, maintaining property, hardly any expenditure, no finance team or MC members, no statutory clearance. Today, Zoho book system, subscription made, introduced financial platform. Bill clearance introduced, successfully raised CAM in March and in April, and also the second CAM raised for Q1 also. Systems including banking have been introduced, and TDS and GST returns have been filed. GST returns for taxation assistance, agency is also finalized. Bank operations, office bearers authorizations have been finalized. Bill vendors settled within 30 days, winning the vendors' trust and confidence in us now. Vendors are happy with us. Now I'll give you as a secretary, if I don't give the money position, I'll be failing my duty. Now we have received so far, sir, next one, sir. We have received 15 crore 69 lakh 04,262 rupees of corpus as on date. They have been placed in the term deposits, taking competitive bids. And we have received CAM, the surplus of CAM, whatever we have received, have been maintained, and 8 crores of CAM have been kept for augmenting income out of the interest also. Further details, our treasurer would give it. And now we have taken a two agenda, revenue optimization and cost optimization. Published tariff for moving in, move out, revenue maximum through digital display, vendor activities, quotations being received through treated water for STPs, published tariff for vendors. These activities have increased revenue for the association, and cost adaptation, cost optimization has been achieved through vendor management policy and procurement controls. And finalization of the insurance competitive bidding yielded to 14 lakhs. So what LTRDL was costing is 14 lakhs lesser to us now. We have finalized the insurances. Cost savings on water tankers to an extent of 150 KL per day, and because of the borewell commissioning, and GST benefits of CAM and corpus. Fruits of the optimization of EBITDA and cost optimization and revenue maximization and cost minimization will be announced by the treasurer in his budgetary report. I would not like to engage in taking any opportunity to declare the happy news of prospective CAM from him. These are the value-added services which we have finalized. I don't want to name here for the paucity of time, and I will just jump through this. These are the services which are available. People have been using it. And major activity, one major activity here I have to say is that AMC with the Schindler, we finalized with the support of technical experts and techno-commercial experts for getting significant year-on-year savings and significant cost savings with an added value of IoT at no cost. One of the wonderful contract which was finalized on a long-term basis. Now major activities introduced in culture committee and all. In fact, RTB Day was introduced by culture committee. Wonderful. People really enjoyed it. And Independence Day celebration was used to happen. Now Freedom Cup is started along with the sports started. Water conservation drive was initiated. Teams were formed to come up with water conservation ideas, medical camps, health, yoga, and whatnot. We have been doing every day an activity. Now, I would be failing if I don't take certain names who stood with Rtbaoa steadfast and provided all their might and support in salvaging the critical issues and rending their shoulder with the association in difficult times. Mr. I.V. Sharma, sir, thank you very much. He has brought 12 MC members to the committee at no cost. At no cost, and one of the rare person, he is not even accepting the honorarium for which Bylaw provides for the same. He is doing it for honorary work. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. John Daniel, he saved substantial water for the community. Raja Parshram, he is wonderfully, the GST, taxation, financial system control, all those things. Ram Gopal, technical committee leader. Sir, you are there, my pillar. Praveen Kishore Prasad. Mr. Matthews, staying away, he is my strength. Mr. Kripashankar, you are my mentor, I adopt you. I am sorry, whatever happened, we could have handled it better. Raman Prabhakar, he was my colleague, and when we were working in Indonesia and Singapore, he was my colleague and he is helping me in this regard. Mrs. Swarupa Nagaraj, who does not know her? Her presence is felt everywhere. Raghu Shetty, Sharanappa Gadiger, Raghu Shetty, and both husband and wife are actively involved in giving something or the other for us, for the community. Sharanappa Gadiger, STP man, who gave the final report and along with the committee. Ramesh Ramanna, Ramesh R, who has been constantly helping me in all the technical inputs in civil matters. C.T. Sadanandan, sir, you are in MC now. You are on MC now. No need to tell anything. Arif Shauki, Gajendra Patro, you are here. Now he has taken the plunge. Harish, our IT man, when everything failed, Harish delivers. When everything fails, he delivers. He is a man, go-to man for me. Then Rajeshan, he is here. He is going to give us the bylaws amendments now. Miss Sheila, he is on the vendor committee, vetting all the contracts. Abhijit Makijani, he is in the traffic management, giving the wonderful traffic management policy now. He is not, I don't know whether he is there or not. Dinesh Chandra, sir, he shouts, at the same time he loves. I don't know when he comes, I don't know whether to be loving him or being afraid of him. Rajata Shetty, madam, I really have to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Deepak Nayak, wonderful guy. Yesterday he declared results with 0 defects. Vivek Patil, wonderful Vivek. I don't know where, I am not able to see you. Sharath and Deepak Tiwari, Miss Sonali, water conservation drive. She drove it with the kids and even RTB community. And many volunteers, many volunteers. Sonia, who drove, and many volunteers. My special thanks to all the 7 members who stood firm in solidarity in difficult days when the survival of Rtbaoa was in question, losing quorum. So the 7 members who stood back after the quorum was losing, if one person would have resigned, Rtbaoa would have lost its recognition. LTRDA was waiting for the same. And these are the 7 people who stood firm. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Now, recognition for the invaluable services of members, other members. My special thanks to other 6 members of MC who chose to come into MC and contribute the community amidst poor response at that time. Nobody was coming. I'll tell you, these are the 6 people who took plunge and volunteered to support us. And that was a very bad time, sir. These people took that load. I would not be doing justice if I don't thank the previous 6 MC members who did all they could do and for the community to the best of ability. They have done 6 months of their effort to bring some shape to the association. My heartfelt congratulations and warm welcome to all the successful candidates who could make a way to RTMC Rtbaoa yesterday to serve the esteemed RTB community. Prakash has already introduced and Suhail also has talked. I would not do anything more. Last but not the least, sir, it is a work in progress. Don't expect wonders to be delivered because MC Rtbaoa doesn't have a magic wand. Because you have a rock on the other side and you have a water flowing this way. Water has to cut the rock and pave the way now. Journey begun, miles to go. As Roy T. Bennett in his famous book, The Light in the Heart says, keep going, hardest times often lead to greatest moments. Keep going, tough situation build strong resolve in the end. Rtbaoa is upbeat and committed to perform much bigger and better. With satisfaction in heart, I, as the secretary, could do my bit best in the circumstances prevailed. Thank you very much.
I thank our secretary for the, I don't know whether to call it brief, but yeah, a good report. But yeah, it was very informative and it gave an insight as to what we do at the MC and the work that we do. And certainly he's put in a lot of hard work, not just in doing the work, but also preparing the report. So I now call upon our treasurer, Mr. Ashok Karara, to present his finance, the budget as well as the finance so far.
Hello. Good afternoon, RTBNs. Good afternoon, RTBNs. I need to hear that. I'm sure, you must be little tired by seeing such an interesting presentation shared by Venkatesh sir. And I was wondering that, do I need to present anything because whatever we as a team did, he already presented. I think none of us need to present anything, but still we will, try our level best. So I'll start with the finance, right? And we all understand that, the finance is something where, everyone has a viewpoint because at the end of the day, it impacts all of us in some shape and form. Yeah. And hence my sincere request is if you guys can, contribute a little bit in terms of guiding us as to how we can do better, it will be truly appreciated. Before I start, I want to thank, one or two gentlemen, those have really contributed in stabilizing the finance system within RTB. One of them is, Mr. Prashuram, right? Sir, why don't you stand up? I mean, he's the man, who has, where is Raja? Ajay, he has gone. Sorry. So he's the man, who, when this handover happens, right? We were not knowing that, how do we, because we were not having enough manpower with us to verify all the bills, to set up those processes, to secure the GST. GST we struggled a lot, and he's the man who enabled us to get in touch with one of the advisors, right? Who has helped us in getting that GST done. And not only that, that advisor is so nice that he continued to support us even in our monthly filing as well. So very, very thankful to him. Second thing I want to extend it to our friend Harish, right, who has extended tremendous support in setting up this Zoho, allowing the training to happen to all my finance team over here to make sure that, they understood the system, they imbibe all the learning, document each and every process which is there in the system. So thank you very much, Harish sir as well. Now I will start the presentation with the financial statements. So as we all know that, we as an MC took over in June, and but at that point of time, we were not having any authority to operate as an independent MC because we were not having the financials, we were not having the CAM. The day the CAM transferred to us along with the corpus, which is end of January, from there onwards, we start operating like a true MC. And hence, if you look at these financial statements which we are going to represent or which has already been audited, it is only for 2 months financial statements, right? It is not for kind of, the full year financial statement. Also the GST, we talk about the GST, a lot more. It is, one thing which we obtained, which took us, almost a month to get that from January to February. But during that particular time, how do we treat those expenses because we are not having the GST, and hence collaborate with most of the vendors to make sure that, they understand our challenges, because we don't want to lose those input credit which was there in those invoices. So it is very important that we continue to have a close collaboration and make sure that as and when we get the GST, post that only we secure all those invoices. Yeah. Then handover of the facility, when it comes over, our first task was to appoint a chartered accountancy firm who will be ready to do our audits. We got many quotes. Then with the discussion with the MC and the vendor management committee, we finalized one of the firm who has audited our the financial statement. The biggest question comes is about in our financial statement. There is only one query which I continue to receive, is all about that why not the expenses incurred by us in the month of Feb and March were reflected in the expense statement. I just want to elaborate on that particular point a bit. See, there are two ways the societies can operate. One way, you treat those expenses as the revenue expenses. The other way, you treat those expenses as the capital expenses. There are Supreme Court judgment which supports those expenses to be treated as the capital expenses, and even income tax department accept that stand, which is what we have also taken to consider those expenses as the capital expenses instead of revenue expenses. There is, see, even if I treat that as a revenue expenses, I'll tell you where the challenge will come. When we go for our income tax assessment tomorrow, right? The assessing officer, the moment he or she sees those financial statements wherein there is so much of income and there is so much of expenses, there is so much of surplus which is there with us, they have all the rights to charge us the income tax on those. To avoid all those anomalies, there are set precedents, we can go, we can appeal, we can get it cleared as well, absolutely fine. But to avoid all those anomalies, we have decided that yes, we will not route it through revenue statement, we will treat it as an capital expenditure and directly reduce it from the CAM advances what we have. Ultimately, if you look at the end of the day, whatever shortfall or the surplus, even if I report it as a revenue expenditure, ultimately going to adjust against the CAM advances only. So instead of routing it by this, we try to channelize in the most appropriate way to avoid the litigation at a later stage. I thought that let me clarify in front of all of you guys so that you guys take a piece that whatever treatment we have chosen, it is the best which is being followed in many societies. There are societies which consider this as a revenue as well. It's a choice, yeah. But we choose the route which is most suited to us. With that, the financial statement it's already been published on the MyGate. I'll just summarize those financial statement in a more simplistic way. Yeah. If you look at the total expenditure, what we have incurred during those 2 months is very close to 2.3 crores. Out of it, there are certain portion which we earmark for the clubhouse, because clubhouse we always treat separately, which is 34 lakh, and around 22 lakhs income also we earned during those 2 months, and hence the net CAM which comes to us is 175 lakhs, and we have total area for phase 1 and the part of the phase 2 which is 23.4 lakh square feet. The per square feet rate which we have experienced during those 2 months is 3 rupees 70 paisa as per the financial statement duly signed by the auditors. Yeah. Now I'll come to very summarize with the balance sheet part as well. The total corpus which we received from LTRDL till March was 1418 lakh, sorry. And the surplus money which we received from LTRDL till 31st of March is stand at 325.9 lakhs. So the total funds available with us as at the end of 31st March is 1744 lakhs. The funds has been at this point of time invested till 31st of March in the following manner. We have invested in the fixed deposit very close to 13 odd crores till 31st of March, and the balance was lying in our bank account because we received one chunk of money on 30th of March itself. So we could not get the time to invest that money into the deposits. Yeah. Subsequently, in the month of April, 5th or 6th of April, we have deposited that money into the fixed deposit. There are few current assets which include, some of the receivable from our residents. There are certain receivables from LTRDL are also there in that. And there are few provisions which we also carry close to, 250 lakhs, which include all your, whatever CAM expenses by and large we incur. We haven't paid during Feb and March because that's the credit period which we continue to enjoy. And hence, we have so much of surplus. Yep. Just to summarize, as on today, till 31st of July 2024, how much corpus we as an RTB AOA hold is 1569 lakhs. So 15.5 crores corpus we are holding at this point of time. By the time we finish all the 3 phases, this amount will go up to 22 crores. 22 crores will be the size of the corpus. It's a very decent money which ensure that tomorrow if any eventuality happen where we are forced to incur certain expenses, we are very well covered. Also, whatever interest we are, and the entire money has been kept in those deposits, you can make out over here. whatever interest we are earning on this corpus, we are not using it for maintenance activities. We are keeping is to enhance and boost that corpus to make sure that with the time value of money, with the time value, our corpus should not get depreciated. The second, whatever CAM advances we have at this point of time, we don't intend to keep that money idle in our bank account. At a regular intervals, we keep investing that money in the fixed deposits to make sure that money earns some bit of interest, and that interest component we are using to subsidize the CAM expenses for all of you guys. Now I'll move to one of the interesting sessions, which most of the residents will be keen to hear. Yeah. Okay, very quickly, can you move to the, can you share the other presentation, please? Other presentation. Yeah. I mean, I'll start with, where Mr. Venkatesh has left us. Most of the SOPs, has been set it up, we as a finance team with, of course, active support of some of the members and of course, with the active support from rest of the MC members as well. Setting up this payment processes, which is the most critical part. And what we have done as a team over here is we make sure that every bill, whatever we receive, first this needs to be cleared by the respective teams, those are working on it. After that, one MC member who is actively working on that particular stream, he or she signs that bill. Post that, there are two levels of verification. One is at my end, one is at another at secretary end will also happen. Then the finally president sign the bill, and thereafter only the checks get cut. So this is the way we have set up the SOPs to make sure that there is enough and more controls. We set it up at the beginning itself to avoid any kind of leakages at a later stage. Yeah. Investment of surplus. I already shared with you guys the glimpse of it. The similar way we have set it up the process to make sure that we earn the best rate among all the banks, whatever we have. I mean, we talk about, we compare with only those, PSU banks only, including SBI, ICICI, HDFC, and, one of other bank, Yes Bank as well. But we choose HDFC because we get the best return. And some of you guys who read through the finance, the HDFC is the one bank which is having the highest treasury across India, across all the banks in India, right? And hence they can afford to give us the best of the best rates. I'll move on. Recording of revenue. There is a robust system which has been put in place. Initially, we had a lot of hiccups with respect to the GST invoice, etc. Now, none of the invoices will be raised without having GST on it. The process to acquire the fixed assets has been put in place to make sure that before we incur any expenses on the fixed assets, there are proper approval in place. The proposal gets minuted in the MC. Only after that the procurement of fixed assets take place along with the tagging. Yeah. Statutory compliances, whether it's a GST, whether it's income tax, whether it's a TDS, all those statutory compliances has been fulfilled as per the requirement of the law. There has been not even a single situation where we have missed any deadline per se. Yeah. The next is that that one-time investment which I was talking about, the corpus and the surplus CAM, whatever we have, we are earning on an annualized basis 140 lakhs on it. Wow. Yeah. The second, there has been significant support which has been extended by so many MC members. I can start with my friend Vinu, who is sitting over here, who has worked tremendously to set up this STP. And Venkatesh has already touched upon that how that STP water going to those flushes led to significant amount of saving to us. Apart from driving the environmental agenda, it has led to significant amount of financial saving to us. The second, is the vendor management committee. Mrinal, Satish, including Venkatesh sir. I mean, the tremendous job they people have done to negotiate such a harder deals for all of us to make sure that we get the best of the best services at the most optimum rates. The next I will touch upon the kind of revenue work stream which we all together have opened up for all of you guys. It is giving such a significant joy to all of us when I about to finish my presentation, that what it has created without providing or without doing any inconvenience to any of us. So that's again, kudos to the team who has, delivered all these things. And with the sum total of all these factors, we have generated 2 crores worth of saving, including the revenue generation part as well. Yeah. Then of course, there are, as I talk about the water synergy, I already captured, I don't need to, repeat that. The control system which we have put in terms of energy conservation on a monthly basis, we have a debate as to how much is, the overall consumption of electricity is moving. Is it in a right track? If it is not, then what are the reasons? Those kind of, documentation also is being done with the full support from the technical team. Yeah, and the bills of facility management are being reviewed in so much of detail as well. Okay, post the handover of this scam, there is one benefit which again, Venkatesh sir has already talked about, the GST benefit. I just want to touch that there are 465 owners which has taken the benefit of those lower GST and the annualized impact of almost 22 lakhs to all of you guys. Yeah. At the end that the system has been put in place, Zoho, as I already touched upon, and it is giving us, the wonderful result. With a click of button, we get the summarized MIS as well. We have concluded the first of our statutory audit. Yeah. Tracking all the revenues and the collection. One request which I want to, make it over here. There are few residents, few owners, those have not cleared previous scam, though the amount is not significant, but I still want to request those owners as well to please, clear those dues. Yeah, this will help us to run this community better. Then inject one of the wonderful resource, to make sure that even if I leave, when I leave, not even if, when I leave this, dais today, right, there is somebody, who understand end to end about those, the financial controls which I have put in place. So we have injected that resources as well. So I'm not leaving this, space completely empty for all of you. There is a person who will take care in my absence. Of course, the new treasurer will also be appointed soon. Then of course, tracking of certain recoveries which are yet to happen from LTRDL. This is one of our key tasks, because when this handover happen, there are financial due diligence which we are supposed to conduct didn't happen, because we are still in those dilemma whether we call it as the full completion or whether the technical handover is happen or not happen, and hence we choicefully decided that we will do this activity at a later stage. But we are keeping a complete track in terms of how much money we need to recover from LTRDL. Majority of them, they have already agreed. Couple of them, still there are certain deliberations going on with them. I'll just very quickly capture those, because when they transferred to us the CAM advances, what they did is they consider various provisional expenses. The expenses were not trued up till the date of 31st of January. They have transferred to us as on 31st of January, and they give us, statement as well. These are the expenses what they have incurred. But there is a true up which is going to happen, and we will get another 30 to 40 lakhs from them on account of this particular activity itself. I have already challenged them head-wise, where are the expenses which I don't feel comfortable at all. And they said, boss, we are just truing it up, give us some bit of more time. But the recovery has been well documented and well agreed with them. Then sharing of CAM for some of the unsold activity. Again, they have agreed they will continue to pay the CAM for those unsold units to us. Then sharing the cost for the new flats which are in the process of handing over. The alignment has again done it with them to make sure that, they understand and they continue to, share with us. The water charges recovery, what Mr. Venkatesh has said that, around 25 lakhs, what, they initially agreed, but our request is to get little more. But the positive thing is there is again, an agreement with them to recover this money, which is a very crucial part for all of us, that our money, our water, which was supposed to be, that STP water, which is supposed to be used for flushes since last, 2-3 years back, it's not done, and we lose that money. Yeah, and we paid that money in the form of CAM. GST refund, the CAM advances, whatever they transfer to us, we asked for the GST refund on those CAM advances as well, and they are again in the process of filing their revised return to give us that advance as well. The quantum involved is 40 lakhs. There are certain dues again from, L&T we are claiming, because whatever financial statement they have given to us before they transfer those CAM and those corpus and what they actually transferred, there are certain gaps what we identified. And again, it's a money which they have only certified and they have only actual transfer. So delta, again, we are in the process of, recovering from them. And of course, there are certain additional recovery for the low maintenance. We continue to ask from LTRDL. I'll quickly cover, what are the priorities for F25 for especially for the finance function, very briefly. The due diligence, I already touched upon, very, very important critical activity. The fixed assets verification to be done by the independent agency, it's very critical. Third is the digital control of the revenue. There are still various revenue work stream which we literally manually control based on the register, etc. We need to do the digitalization in that space and make sure that, the process run automatically without having dependency on any manual registers. Share the timely MIS with the larger MC, including the owners as well, to make sure that every quarter when we finalized our CAM expenses, the statement should come to all of you guys that this is what the actual expenses against whatever, CAM advances you guys are paying. And here is the owner-wise statement of each one of you. This is the task we have in our hand for F25 to complete. Quarterly audit system is yet to get established, and we will set it up in F25. And as I said that, handing over of CAM from recoveries from LTRDL, that is something which we continue to focus. There are a couple of more points which I skipped to catch up. There is one clear issue of BBMP tax. Yeah. Earlier what was happening is LTRDL used to borne some part of that tax and we used to borne the rest. What we told them, what we challenged to LTRDL is this is not the right process, because we don't accept the quantum of BBMP tax being charged by BBMP only. We don't agree to the basic calculations which is being made by BBMP, because we shared with them none of the other societies are paying such an hefty BBMP tax. Why are they levying on us? There is something wrong in the calculation what you have shared with them, as an outcome of which we as an owner bear that abnormal cost. To which they continue to agree. They said they continue to have the dialogue, etc. But we are yet to see, light at the end of the tunnel on this count. And we continue to, force LTRDL to please conclude this as a part of their closing deliverables. Yeah. Now I'll briefly share the budget recommendation for the next fiscal. As you can see this, just go back. Yeah. As you can see this trend, yeah. When LTRDL was managing the show, right, none of the months we had experienced less than, I think, one of the months, which is that June 22 quarter, where things were still under, free AMC for many equipment, etc. But after that, if you look at none of the months, they have been able to manage this at a low cost. What we as a team have demonstrated over here during last 2 quarters, if you look at, we have incurred ₹3.70 in Feb and March, and during last quarter, which is April to June, we have managed this with ₹3.50, right? And now I'll move on to the most interesting slide, where most of my fellow colleagues are interesting. We are going to officially announce that our CAM charges effective 1st of July 2024 is going to be 3 rupees 50 paisa. And I can assure you, even with this kind of recovery, we will be end up saving some bit of it, or we will be end up enhancing our surplus kitty even when we talk about next year as well. Yeah. Few things which give us the confidence as to why we as an association believes that 3 rupees 50 paisa what we delivered in Q1 is sustainable. I have captured some of those over here. Of course, the kind of initiatives what I have spoken about, be it energy conservation, be it water conservation, be it harder negotiation with the vendors, be it multiple revenue stream what we have opened up, all those things will support to drive this agenda, right? There are certain synergies again will going to come up when complete phase 2 and phase 3 will get handover. Because there are common expenses which will not increase at the same pace, and hence will continue to enjoy the benefit of the larger synergies. Yeah, the post that 21.7 lakh GST benefit for 465 owners I have already touched upon. I want to again take this opportunity to give another good news to the 275 owners. Those are having the flat area between 1500 to 1700 square feet. All of them will again enjoy the lower benefit of GST. The benefit, annualized benefit of the same is 20.4 lakhs to all these 275 owners. There is some bit of nominal inflation again we have considered in these expenses to make sure that tomorrow if minimum wages or any statutory body increases their rates, we should well covered for that. Yeah. BBMP tax point I have already mentioned. It's a contagious issue. We continue to create the provision for those expenses to avoid any absurd liability at a later stage. This is to protect all of us. And then there are certain expenses which we have not considered in this, which include replacement of payment, which Mr. Venkatesh already touched upon. We are in constant touch with LTRDL. Yeah, the ceiling and seepages, painting, if at all needs to be done, those kind of expenses we have not considered in this budget. Yeah. Again, the final that the revenue works team has again given to us. The numbers are not right on the slide. It is given to us 155 lakhs. Yeah. Moving on. So here is the summary of expenses what we are going to incur in FY25. Which include facility management. We are likely to spend almost 8 crores. Electricity, we are likely to incur 2 crores. Water, we are likely to incur only 37 lakhs. The insurance, one of the highlights which Mr. Venkatesh also touched upon, where LTRDL used to manage, they used to spend 30 lakhs on this insurance, and we get this covered for 12 lakhs. Just imagine the power of negotiation which this team is having. The BBMP tax, I touch upon that. We continue to create, some kind of, kitty for it till the time it get resolved. It will not become zero. Our gut is the quantum needs to come down. There are so many AMCs what we have in our society, which includes LIFT, STP, OTP, OWC, and WTP. For all these, we have taken those, regular AMCs, and on an average, annualized cost is close to 167 lakhs. There are so many, equipments what we have, pumps, motors, etc. The regular upkeep of those, including some of the electrical items like tubes, etc. Their annualized spend on this particular line is very close to 35 odd lakhs. There are certain administrative expense which we continue to incur as a part of this, as a part of the overall maintenance activity, which include printing stationery, statutory compliances, some of the staff welfare expenses, contribution for certain events. We as an MC passed the resolution. There are 3 events in an year which we are going to sponsor from MC on behalf of all of you guys, which include one is 15th August, Independence Day, Republic Day, and Karnataka Rajyotsava. These are the 3 events which we as an MC also sponsor 1 lakh each. That has also been considered in this 24.5 lakh. With this, the total sum which we are likely to incur in this fiscal is 1316 lakhs. With 3 rupees 50 paisa, there are 27.7 lakh square feet area what we have at this point of time. We'll be able to recover 1163 lakhs, and the balance 1.5 crores we are going to generate from the multiple revenue streams which has been created by this particular MC. And here is the summary of those revenue streams. Move to the next slide. Here is a summary of those revenue stream. I'll just very briefly touch upon so that you guys get some bit of idea what those revenue streams are all about. One is the revenue from this clubhouse. There are multiple facilities what we are using over here. Be it multi-purpose house, there are barber shop is there, cafeteria etc. is there, and then some of the paid utility paid, and plus whatever coaches we have, there is certain fee which we as an association has fixed for them. So the recovery from those activity include very close to 36 lakh. Move in, move out, it's a 36 lakh. Interest which I spoken that this amount is again 30 lakhs even after deducting taxes as well. Shopee Mart, we will continue to generate 18 lakhs. Revenue from hoarding, you will see that those the signboards which is there in some of the towers. Once we get finished, we'll start getting almost 12 lakh revenue from that work stream as well. Fit in, fit out, 9 lakh. It's not a revenue per se. There are certain expenses also, equal amount expenses also we incur on this particular line. Crèche, whatever we have set it up, 3.5 lakh. Cafeteria, 3.5 lakh. Stationery, saloon, etc. likely to give us 3 lakh. The NCR room is likely to give us 2.5 lakh. EV charging is 1.2. With that, 1.5 crores we are likely to generate, in this fiscal. Yeah. The last is just brief summary of how the expenses get incurred in our maintenance of our clubhouse. We have not reduced the rates of the clubhouse because right now what we feel is whatever expenses we are incurring are at par with the rate what we are charging, and hence we have not recommended any kind of reduction over here. We are holding the status quo. The critical expenses which we incur, which are variable in nature, manpower, electricity. There are annual maintenance of certain equipments what we have it over here, lifts, STP, gym equipments, and there are certain smaller miscellaneous expenses which include some of the gym equipment which we continue to purchase, right, and some of the other smaller maintenance activity including electricals etc. We incur 3.5 lakhs. The total expense which we are likely to incur is 206 lakh. Out of that variable part, and it is very important that all of you guys understand this particular concept as well. Out of this 206 lakh, 186 lakh is something which we call it as a variable expenses that get distributed only among those flats which has been occupied by us. The remaining fixed cost we distributed among the total flats which we are going to experience after the end of this phase 3. And what we do during this interim is we recover this particular money from LTRDL. The balance for those 600 odd flats which are yet to get completed etc. Those fixed costs we continue to recover from LTRDL. And if you look at this with a combination of variable cost per flat and the fixed cost per flat, the total sum translate to almost 998 rupees, and hence our request is to continue with the 1,000 rupees as the clubhouse charges for this fiscal. With this happy note, I want to thanks all of you guys for your nice cooperation, and thanks to all the wonderful people over here. Those have contributed immensely for the upkeep and the maintenance of this wonderful society. There are various questions what we have received, especially in the area of CAM, etc. Majority of them I have already covered in my brief, but we will touch upon very briefly when Mr. President will take place. Yeah, I now hand it over to VMC. President, sorry.
I thank Mr. Ashok for that presentation, and of course there's a lot of work that has gone in the background, and I would not be right here if I don't thank the people behind the scenes who work with us, our assistant property manager Mr. Saad, the accounts in charge, Mr. Junaid and Rupa, and of course the housekeeping staff, and also all the staff at CBRE who extend all the possible help to us in enabling us to function and maintain the property and manage the property. Of course, the next was in schedule was the presentation by the VMC, but we are moving the proposed amendment to the bylaws ahead of everyone, so that because the online voting is on. If you go to MyGate on community, on the elections and surveys, it is on. This is an online voting process. Of course, the proposed amendments have already been shared along with the agenda. Some of the objections regarding the name of L&T being, of course, we'll discuss it. I'll let Mr. Panchakshraya, who's the head of the committee for proposing amendments to the bylaws, he'll be presenting. Two things legally I'd like to clarify. Of course, the amendment to bylaws is required to be presented in a SGBM specially called for that. We moved it to the AGM because we thought that the maximum participation we will get in the AGM, and if we call for a SGBM just for this, we may not be able to get the quorum or the attendance for that to push through. I am seeking the permission of the general body here to move forward with the proposal to amend the bylaws as they have been proposed. Do we have a resolution? Can we go ahead? Can I have a raise of hands, please? Yeah, can I? Okay. The most important amongst those is the online voting, because it is a popular demand. If nothing, at least that we wanted to go through, because we faced that question multiple times. Of course, since we have the majority agreeing with us, we'll go ahead with the proposal. Just to tell you, the MyGate, the voting is on. We are also publicizing this on YouTube, which means that everybody is able to witness these proceedings and they'll be able to take a decision whether to vote for the amendments or not. Thank you. I'd like to Mr. Panchakshraya, who's an MC member and also head of the committee for proposing these bylaws, to briefly present the proposed bylaws.
Just to brief you all that how to vote this, just go to the MyGate community. Please make yourself comfortable of this process. The moment you go to community, there is an option survey and elections. The moment you go open that, you will see bylaws amendment proposed. Click on take survey. You have two options. Either you to agree yes or no. So those are agreeing yes, you can put yes, no. Per flat there is only one vote is has been mandatory done. So there is no co-owner or this concept is not there. The data available in MyGate has been done. So please, those are not here, also you can do this. Voting is open till 2 p.m. So it's online voting. Everybody can access. Those are here. Those are not here. Thank you.
Namaste. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Suhail, President. And I am just going to submit the highlights only, because if I read out, it will take much time, and it is about 35 pages. I just 2 pages of highlights. I am this one. Dear owners, it will be a pleasure to present the Rtbaoa bylaws amendment to the owners, and we have the subcommittee formed with a team consisting of Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, and other committee members, including are Mr. Prakash, Venkatesh, Mr. Rajesh, Mr. I.V. Sharma, Mr. Suresh Bhatt, Raghu Shetty, C.T. Sadanandan, and Rashekar sir, our senior member. We have had more than 5 to 6 sittings on every Saturday and deliberated in detail in a disciplined manner more than 2 to 3 hours, and I here propose the following with existing original bylaws formed by the LTRDL and with the formation of Rtbaoa. The main highlights or managing committee, body of representative replaced with 18 members from 15 members presently we have. For more participation in proportion to one representative member from each of the two towers with the completion of phase 3, because we have 36 towers. And on completion, we're going to have presently we have 15, maybe by March end, we're going to get this one, phase 3 also into our control, AOA. So that is the reason we made it. And irrespective of, it need not be from 1, 2, 3, 4, every 2, and in one tower maybe 3 will be there, one tower may not be there. This is like that. In uniformity, we made it as 18 members after completion of handing over of phase 3. In the second point, point number 10, general body meeting. AGM of the association shall be called by on or before 31st day of July month in compliance with KOA Act. As per the KOA Act, this is actually, it was earlier June 30th. June 30th, because we are completing the accounts and finalization, it will not be possible. That is the reason we made it as July. Vote for to be cast in person, added the word online, because everybody has been discussed with already elaborated Mr. Suhail. So accordingly, now the voting is there, you can vote. And 19.2, Constitution of Managing Committee, again that is 2.14 and it is a repetition, and the same is of 19.2 also. Removal of members of the Managing Committee, added new subclass, point number 5 Roman, and renumber original subclass as 5 to 6. Failure to attend the 3 consecutive meetings of the, for it is the MC members without submitting the leave or of absence with valid reasons prior to such meeting. It is very simple, this one, it is there in almost all the association. Next line. The contribution and sharing of expenses. Already Mr. Arora and Mr. Suhail has indicated and explained elaborately. I will not much go in detail. Non-payment of dues replaced with 60 days from 3 months in conformity with class 29.7 and 28.2, and remove in terms of the Karnataka ownership of flats regulation, promotion and construction, sale, management and transfer rules 1972. So from 90 days to 60 days we have come down, because at the end of the day community has to live with the healthy, then it is the mandatory. And the use of the apartment. In point number 30.1, modified to restrict the use of apartment for residential purpose only. We have come across numerous, I can say every other day we get a reason, especially from, I don't want to say, from 36 and others also. That is only for residential purpose. It is a mandatory. It is there in almost all the apartments. That you also have to, I request. Then election of managing committee rules of RTB. 52.1, power to nominate. Added the last para, the election shall be conducted for filling the casual vacancies only if the vacancies accumulated are more than 1/3 of the required number and remaining period to hold the managing committee and fill up such vacancies. Such members will be deemed to be duly elected and shall hold office as a member of the managing committee against the slot for which is. And these are the main amendments we made after the due deliberation. So this is the main points, and I sincerely thank Mr. Rajesh, Mr. Sharma sir, Dr. Rajshekar, Jinka, and even Suresh Bhatt sir, Raghu Shetty, and along with Mr. Secretary, Mr. President, and Mr. Prakash, all this thing. So I will take this opportunity to thank the President and the Secretary of the MC for assigning the task of and the committee to head and conclude in a minimum basis, not elaborating, we can't make any changes. And as already Mr. President has said, we only changing the, as per the Rtbaoa registration purpose, we made it, and L&T is a brand name, will remain separate. I also thank our subcommittee, I already told, for their immense participation, especially Mr. Rajesh, who edited, given the inputs, Rasha Sharma sir, and Raghu Shetty, Suresh Bhatt, all others. Especially I thank, I already told, always there is a quote, if the service is there, service that counts. That is the system, and we followed the committee as well as the our MC team. So with this, and this proposal, as already Mr. Suhail has told, the voting is there for the resolution, and maybe already we are already by hand we have given the 2/3 voting majority, and online is also open. It will be there for another 1 hour. Another 1 hour it will be there. You can do. Thank you very much. Thank you. It is up to 4 o'clock.
I thank Mr. Panchakshreya and as well as the committee which worked for amending the bylaws. Of course, I've got some, we published the proposed bylaws along with the agenda, and ideally it would have been good that if any objections were to be received, they should have been received within the time frame that we gave. But nevertheless, I think some of us have not been able to go through the amendments, and I would like to say that if any objections are there, we would of course deliberate a little more by the subcommittee can deliberate and look into the objections that are there now and only adopt such changes. Let me also tell you that there was a discussion on the WhatsApp regarding the L&T name being removed. That will be only removed in reference to the association. However, wherever there is a reference to the project, it will still continue to be L&T Realty Raintree Boulevard, because that is the name in our title documents. We will not be changing that in the deed of declaration. So the voting is on. Whoever is there on YouTube, and we need a lot of votes. We still have only 100 and odd votes. We need 900 plus more. So if you want to vote online, please come and vote online. So, next is the vendor management committee. Please bear with us for some more time. All of us have come prepared. We've done a lot of hard work. Please sit down for some more time. I request Mrunal to come and present on the vendor management. Change the presentation.
So till the time the presentation starts, Shubhodaya to the RTB owners. Most of us are used to presentations where we thank at the end. Here, I would like to thank our fellow RTB owners in advance, because what is to follow is an acknowledgement and appreciation of the work that the vendor management team has done in the past 1 year. As part of the vendor management team, and soon to be an ex-MC member, I am excited to present the achievements of this team and how we have contributed to the overall betterment of the community. Let me also reiterate that this is a journey, and what I'm going to present are the key milestones. I hope that our work over the past 1 year has laid the foundation for the committees that will follow. So they say that the leader is as good as a pack or the team. So I would like to introduce to our team, which is Satish Kumar, the fellow MC member, and very good volunteers that we have had from the community, which is Mr. Gajendra Patro, Raja Parshuram, Raman Prabhakar, and Sheila. This is the journey of vendor management team that we have seen in the last 1 year. So these are the number of contracts we closed in the last 1 year. You would see a lull sometime in between September to December, wherein there was some flux and change of guard. But after that, as the President, Secretary, and the Treasurer mentioned, we had a huge copper sitting on our head. Vendors were not ready to provide the service because LTRDL had mentioned that it has to move to the association. So that was a time wherein we pulled up our socks and delivered what was required for the community to have a better living. Next slide. For any vendor management team to perform significantly, it stands on 3 key pillars. One is cost efficiency. Second, revenue generation. And to tie it all together, it's very important to have transparency, integrity, and compliance. With that objective in mind, we drafted the vendor management policy, which was adopted by the management committee on 9th of March 2024 for handling all commercial contracts in a fair and a transparent manner. Satish. So just a brief process flow on the vendor management onboarding and renewal. So for any vendor to be onboarded, the request for any service or product has to come from the management committee. Once it does come, the vendor management committee works on the quotations, getting it from the market, and getting the best deals for the community. Once that is done, it is presented to the management committee, and upon approval, a proper SLA, that is service level agreement, is signed with the vendors with proper contracts in place. If there are existing vendors, we tend to review them by taking feedback from the community, and if they are found to be good, we renew the contract, or otherwise we tend to find new vendors who can deliver whatever they have promised to the community. Next is the RFQ and the RFP process. So what we did was we had a template of RFQ and RFP, which we have given it to the various subcommittees. Now we collaborate with those subcommittees. So for example, if there is a medical consulting room, pharmacy, or a crash that has to come up, the respective community the civic amenities team or the wellness team would draft the RFQ basis their requirement, come back to vendor management, we would give in our inputs, firm it up, then it is sent to various vendors. They would be sharing the codes wherein they are evaluated on their technical and technical competencies, and commercial bids are then open to evaluate, and the final contracts are given. Next. The key highlights. When we started last year, there was no office. We were the first MC. So the first order of the day was to set up the office in order. We started by setting up the office interiors, getting the chairs. Obviously, we need communication. So the Zoho mail subscription came into being. But there is no office without proper manpower. We had the recruitment of manpower now, wherein we have a property manager, an office manager, and accounts manager managing the day-to-day operations for Rtbaoa. Second is the facilities management, which is a key aspect for entire society. The CBRE contract was due for extension, and in the month of February, the builder had said that it is your baby and you will have to deliver. That is when we decided to extend the letter of intent up to 30th of September, but at the same time, we evaluated their manpower, did a proper rationalization of manpower. What they were proposing was a 1% decrease in the overall cost, but we negotiated and got it for more than 5% decrease for the next 6 months. The statutory compliances had to be met with, and we did that as per the Karnataka Wage Act. So we were compliant as per the rule of the land. Next is the AMC lift contract. We signed it with the existing OEM vendor, which is Schindler, for 5 years, bringing in 35% cost savings, at the same time enhancing with better IoT technology. So we have renewed with a minimum escalation of 5% across 5 years. So it's a very minimal, escalation year on year. Next is the insurance contract. When we were in the month of March, we were told that the insurance contract for our property was getting over on 1st of April. That is when we reached out directly to the market, got the better terms for our community, giving a savings of close to 14 lakhs. That is savings of almost 40% achieved compared to the previous year. Letter of intent of implementation. Since these vendors had to deliver the service to the association, it was prudent to give them the letter of intent for them to start working with us. So we gave the LOIs to various vendors and OEM contractors to regularize formal onboarding of vendors and the payment process. Next is the facilities management. This is something which is very crucial, as I mentioned, to our community. So renewal of securities and facilities management contract is what I will talk in brief. What we did was we submitted the referent RFI to the market to various vendors who had the wherewithal to provide services to the community like RTB. We asked for their company information, their compliance details, their financial details, and gave them the scope of work. Basis that, they were called to our premises to survey the entire premises, and then a date was given for them to come and present. We had a techno-commercial team of experts to evaluate the contracts. It was formalized on 22nd of August 2024. So this independent team of panel of volunteers from our community came forward who evaluated the security and the facilities management team on various parameters. So they were given a scorecard and they were told to evaluate them. And the top 3 vendors, basis the technical competencies, would be called for the price bid, and accordingly we would be finalizing the contract. It is still work in progress. Next is the gym AMC. I remember a lot of WhatsApp messages wherein people were talking about gym equipments not functioning properly. Prior to we taking over, it was on ad hoc basis. So what we did was we finalized an AMC for the gym equipment to ensure timely checks and maintenance of equipments. Apart from that, when we did this entire exercise, we ensured that we get 25% discount on all the spare parts, and this has been agreed for future repairs of equipments. Next slide. Next is the value-added service for the benefit of the community. I will put it in 4 baskets. One is essentials, wherein we talk about the Shopee Mart renewal, which we did with better terms and a higher rent. Next is cafe. So this place in the clubhouse was lying vacant for 4 years. It was very difficult to find a vendor who would be able to provide the service. We managed to get a vendor onboarded successfully. A milk marler to attend to our daily needs in the community. A stationery shop. Internet accessibilities. People in phase 2 faced a lot of problem related to internet facilities. We had negotiations with vendors and we onboarded Tata Play and Airtel. And next is we are working on a handyman service. That is, there'd be a person who will cater to the home carpentry work, plumbing work, your painting, etc. So that should also be onboarded soon. Next is health and well-being. They say health is wealth. We have a lot of senior citizens, we have a lot of kids here. So we are cognizant of that fact. And we did a due diligence and a proper process for getting a medical consultation room and pharmacy here. And we have tied up with Bridge Health, who would be soon extending the services to our community. The other value-added services which vendor management team got on board was a creche, a cycle rental service called as Tilt, a ladies' beauty parlor and a boutique, a photo studio. We standardized the rates for various vendors like Iron Man, your car wash, vegetable vendor, etc. An additional revenue generating activity that we did was getting on add-on more. It's a revenue generation with the slimmest display without any drilling into granite as per our aesthetics. This is very common with a lot of complexes in Bangalore, and it has helped them in generating good amount of revenue. Second is promotional activities with MyGate. And third is visitor parking signages. Initially, there was a lot of problem wherein we did not even know what are and where are the visitor parking. Once we identified that, we ensured that we speak to one of the vendors and get them do the reflector boards. So if we would have done that, we would have incurred a cost of close to 6 lakh rupees from the association or from the CAM, which we have avoided by telling the vendor to get it done. So you would see the board of Tata Play everywhere, wherever there is a reflector board for visitor parking. So the key highlight over here is ensuring vendor empanelment customized to RTB requirements without compromising for quality services and ensuring to keep costs under control. Preventive maintenance of long-term agreements for existing equipments with OEM vendors with competitive negotiated price. And all this results in revenue generation of close to 24 lakhs for the community, which will ultimately benefit all of us by reduction in CAM charges, and which I think our treasurer has aptly highlighted now. With this, I conclude my presentation and my term as an MC member. I am grateful to the community for giving me an opportunity to be of service, and also my fellow MC members who have supported me in my entire journey. And now that I move on, I'm happy that I'm passing this baton to 6 ably new elected MC members. Namaskara.
Thank you, Mrunal, for that wonderful presentation, and I thank all the VMC members for doing the wonderful job of generating revenue and also saving money for us. Next in line is Captain Makar, who is in charge of security. Before that, I'd like to announce that the lunch is ready. Of course, I don't want all of you to go. The seniors who are here and who cannot wait any longer, they can please go and have their lunch and come back. Over to Captain Makar.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the people who don't know me, I'm Captain Makkad, and I'm an ex-Air Force pilot. I'm by profession a pilot, and been in the Air Force for 24 years and last 15 years in an airline. I currently fly for one of the airlines. Okay, so before I move on to the part of the presentation, can you, next slide? Okay, basically I had the safety and fire security, and one of the MC members. Currently we have a property manager in terms of CBRE. Subsequently, whosoever it is, the security will be directly under the Rtbaoa that is proposed in the subsequent appointment of new security agency. I have a team of members from fire and safety. That is Mr. Shahul, who is an executive as well as technician. You would notice that it has a very, very extensive and equipment for all the towers and for the fire safety. And whereas for security, I have Mr. Rameshan from CBRE. And in due course of time, we would also have a security officer from Rtbaoa. He will be ably assisted by assistant security manager who is in the shift, as well as security officer, plus 3 ASOs in the 3 shifts. What I just want to stress here is that we are actually following compliance as per the Karnataka Minimum Wage Act, and we employ the security agencies in 3 shifts, unlike some of the residential complexes who are doing 12-hour shift. The only problem is that we just save about 10 to 20% of the cost, but there are a lot of problems in accounting and compliance which can become an issue, and that's we are avoiding. Okay, coming to the next slide, security at a glance. We are functioning in 4 phases. Basically, currently for phase 1, phase 2, the shared services at the gate. As all you are aware that the gate we share with the on a shared basis, because that is not on the ground which is belongs to Rtbaoa. It still under LLT and the clubhouse security. The security agency which we have currently in vogue is Carbon Black. This is a legacy we have inherited from LTTR, and their term is likely to get over by September. We have floated the RFI, and the process is on to selection of new agencies, and it will be done in the due course of time. And I just want to stress about this point that we are compliant in this regard, and we are very particular that our security guards not only get paid for what they are signing for, as well as there is a timely deposit of Provident Fund and all the ESIC prescriptions. And during this, we also conduct regular physical and behavior competency training conducted by the team. We have a ex-army person who's coming and giving them a regular training. However, it is security is an ongoing task, and it is everyone's concern. Probably we would like to have it, in a much better way. But that's the way things are at present available. However, once we upgrade to a newer contract, probably we will be able to stress this point even more aggressively. Some of the measures what we have started is there was a lot of issues regarding housemaids and their police verification and all, and currently we have issued them temporary ID cards, and their in and out is being monitored on MyGate. However, there was a request that people who have no longer the services of their help, they should disregard or cut them off from their MyGate so that we know exactly where they work. And the security staff is always in support of medical camps which are being organized by Rtbaoa, various wellness committee which has been there. So in a support they have always been there. And we had some small incident in which one of the boys got missing from the because of he cycled away for a distance place, and security agencies were involved in tracing him well in time. So there's some kind of a thankless job which we do, but then that's the nature of our job, and we take pride in doing it. So next time when you speak to a security guy, kindly be more considerate. Consider him that he has a task to do. He has been assigned something from his superior, so he's just blindly following it. And if you have any problems or any objections to it, kindly bring it to my notice or to the senior security staff or any of the MC members, and I'm sure your points will be taken into account, and we will look into the grievance in case. Just do not try and precipitate a situation then and there itself. Everyone is doing a task, so kindly be considerate towards them. Okay, you would have noticed, some of you, during the 70th Independence Day, it was a great event, and we had a very nice march past from the security agency and the staff, and I'm sure that we are safe because of whatever extra work or extra vigilance they exhibit on the ground. Okay, as a part of effective patrolling, their agency Carbon Black has given an electric scooter for the patrolling guard to go around, so that rather than cycling, he is able to do the patrolling more often and he is not exhausted and tired during the day. And also you would have noticed their presence today in great number, and with enthusiasm and vigilance they are exhibiting on this venue itself today, as well as the exemplary work or the duty they carried out yesterday for this election, and each and everyone has complimented me on their good service rendered by the security team. And thank you very much for giving them a good help, good round of applause. I'm sure that is going to cheer them up. Okay, these are basically security assets. I'll just run through them, that we have standard equipment for all phases. Currently we have for phase 1 and 2, and as and when LTTR hands over the phase 3 to us, we will make sure that we have the equipment for phase 3 also. Next slide, please. Okay, basically there's a number of training conducted and material movement. Like you would notice that ours is a society right now which is evolving, and we have extensive work services. So there's a lot of movement of in and out of fit out services, raw materials. So it becomes very, very difficult task to maintain watertight security as or you may like to have. But I'm sure that once phase 3 is over and we have more or less done away with plenty of vendors and interiors guys coming in, I'm sure in the due course of time we'll have some RFIDs issues at the all the gates as well as entrance point to all the towers, so that the security will become more watertight, and you will see the difference. So kindly bear with us, because this is an ongoing, evolving society, and built-up area is also large. So it takes some time before we can expect, but I'm sure with the addition of new people also, as well as timely advice, as well as points given by the residents, we will make effective. Like typically is the case for the traffic management, what we have started implementing, and we have taken cognizance of the points put up by the residents. However, at times we are unable to respond to you individually on the WhatsApp group, but I am sure that if you raise them through a proper channel, you will get a due response. Okay, next slide. Okay, coming to the fire safety, basically we have a status of firefighting and protection system. For phase 1, we have fully operational system in place. But main point which I see this, that phase 1 is about nearly 4 years plus, and main defect what we see is about 52 fire doors out of 845 needs some kind of a defect, and primarily they have been caused due to negligence. That is, fire doors are supposed to be open only one way, but I see that they are misused by the housemaids, residents, children alike. So, and the cost of repairs of these doors is exorbitant. Whatever we spent in fire, you have to be always ready and 100% secure with everything. It is one eventuality which we do not want that it precipitates anywhere, but however we cannot be lax and we have to be 100% secure and safe and conduct the due audit. So I would just request you to be a little bit more careful about this aspect, so that we do not end up spending up CAM towards the repair which can be avoided. Okay, as well as phase 2 is concerned, we have fully functional, but the handover was not proper. We had some initially 316 defect points, of which we have been able to close 201 with active participation from my fire officers as well as their team, and we have still got 115 points under progress with LTDR. And as you are aware of all these points which have been brought over again and again by Secretary as well as President, we have inherited a legacy, but then we need to correct it. Tower 36 and clubhouse is fully functional, and one of the main problems which we have seen is frequent fire alarm in cafeteria, because the cafeteria is not, it has a very small chimney which is just good enough for a small kitchen. But to have this kind of a cooking, but we are making alternate arrangements for the kitchen so that this fire alarm is not triggered, and it has happened quite a number of times, and we do not want any mishap to take place. Okay, now coming to the other equipment, like you will see that each phase has got this fire jockey pump, fire hydrants, sprinklers, diesel driven fire water curtain pumps, and you see the number as well as their status, they are always auto mode. So basically I just want to emphasize that we have very, very expensive equipment, and we have manpower looking after it. It requires regular checks which are daily, weekly and monthly, and which are being done by my team, and they are doing a good job. Let me just tell you that. Coming to the next part is in the clubhouse as well as Tower 36. And each tower has a location of a fire alarm system, FA system, PA system status. You'll see that all are working. Very often you would see that we publish on MyGate the fire alarm testing times, and they do the entire testing, and it is a process which is timely done, and whenever we find any discrepancy, it is rectified at the earliest, because we don't want to be left wanting to be especially missing out on any of the safety related issues. Okay, coming to the next slide is this is basically the status of, just to make you know that we have fire water tanks, and the status is always maintained 100%. Okay, this is by the regulation, and we are religiously following this also. Okay, coming to the evacuation mock drill, basically this mock drill is a mandatory exercise, and it has to be done once in 6 months. The last one was done on 25th May. Next one will be conducted sometime in November. Though I have seen that most of the people do participate in this, but make it a mandatory, because unless and until we participate in the mock drill, we will not be able to know exactly what to do in a real scenario. So I would just urge this point to be taken. The challenges what I have already seen is I'm just bringing out that there has been a misuse basically by kids and children playing out with the resulting activation of fire alarm by and damaging the MCP, that is a manual call points. Basically all this can be avoided. The children could be told to better play on grounds rather than playing with the equipment or any other things which can be avoided. Frequent damage of fire exit doors I have already mentioned due to continuous use. And again, damage of fire signage boards which can be avoided in the lift area. And other thing which came to our light was misuse of fire hydrant hose at basement for car washing. Actually the fire hydrant it releases water. So that was the easy way out. And to your surprise, we had also caught one of the L&T engineer who was doing it to collect water for phase 3. And he was been barred for coming into phase 1 and phase 2. We have taken strict action against him. Okay, so with this, I think I'm done with. And in case there are any points or suggestions, you are more than welcome to let us know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Makkar. I must say that he doesn't even spare us when it comes to safety and security. So we also get our earfuls sometimes when we don't. So he's somebody who doesn't compromise on the safety and security, and I must say that we are in good hands. Next is the General Administration. Dr. Prakash, I request Dr. Prakash and Satish to present.
Thank you, sir. Anyway, before I could go to the presentation, let me just introduce myself. Myself is Satish, and I was a part of vendor management committee helping working with Mrunal. So let me thank. It will not be a justice for me not thanking Mrunal. We have worked on a very, very transparent manner, trust which we both have built up. Always when she is not there, I was acting. When I am not there, she was acting. But never any work has been kept on hold because anybody is not available. The decision making was very, very fast. So as Mrunal presented from 3 to 5 and 15. So if you look at the graph, 15 contracts got closed within a span of 3 months' time. When I joined, it was June. And today we are sitting on August and presenting our report. So Mrunal has a trust on me, and so as all MC member. But it enabled me to take, go to the market, talk to them what we are. So currently in the market, everybody is looking at Rtbaoa. It's a big community. So what we were, what we are, it's evolved. Now we have to go to the next level. So also thanking President and Secretary for trusting me for that job. Now I have given a responsibility in June, mid of the June of General Administration. So there might be some of the point might not would have concluded, but we are trying to get concluded. So I'll just give you the brief, what has been completed, what is work in progress, and what could be done. And we need each one of your help to guide us if we are going wrong anywhere. So I'll just take a brief session. This is that continuation to the Venkatesh sir presentation, which LTDR was, how LTDR and Rtbaoa has gone together. So I'll summarize in the percentage wise that out of 1061 points, LTDR has accepted 86% of the work, which includes punch point, which includes walk around, which includes all the snag point till phase 2. So earlier response from LTDR was absolutely nil, where we have progressed to the 86% which LTDR has accepted. It's recorded. Now, next is that executed as per design. LTDR has clearly responded us that 94 of the items which is contribute 9% is as per the design, which neither we can do anything, it's as per the design. Over the period, if something happens, as Mr. Treasurer Ashok Arora has decided, if something happens, we need to spend some amount, we have already provisioned. Now the third, which is Rtbaoa, where we get most criticism on WhatsApp. We request a resident to come forward if we need. We also as a owner and MC member, voluntarily doing all this job. We will take it in a right spirit, any of the question asked, but be respectful to us. We will ensure that your points and taken care and executed till the closure. It's not that we'll leave it open. That's our promise. So 1061 points contributes 100%, which includes punch point, which we have been talking since 4 years. Now coming to the next slide, which I'll give you the progress of LTTR, which has 86% job, how the LTTR has progressed till today. They have completed 30% of the job, which is the work being inspected by the RTBO member. Our property manager assigned Mr. Saad, who is going along with the LTTR assigned person by name Sandeep, jointly inspected, reported to the security that this job is completed. It is not that just on a paper. Physically verified and it's being done. There are 13% of the job which is work in progress, and 57% of the job which is still LTRDL has yet to begin, but they have promised to do it. Now coming to the general administration, that was the brief of overall what Venkatesh sir has given. Before I could start general administration, let me thank CBRE team, entire housekeeping team, security team, technical team for their tremendous work which has been done since last 2 days. Also keeping our premises upkeep. We might be having some differences, expectations, but they are the guy who is on ground. We might be at home, but they are doing their best what they can do it. There are flaws, that's why MC has been created. We will take it to the right spirit. So thanks to CBRE and entire team of the ground team here. Just to take you that Bullard lights, you might be seeing now entrance this work in progress, 32 lakhs, which was the expenditure which would have incurred by association, which now LTDR has accepted. Work in progress. Each bullard cost around 12,000 rupees. 300 bullars is being replaced entire phase 1. So this is 32 lakhs rupees which association has saved it. Visitor parking signages, I will not touch upon again. Mrunal has already mentioned it. Tata Play has voluntarily came to us and said we will do it. We saved around 6 lakhs rupees on that. There are further work in progress. We have currently identified only 70 visitor parking. There are 30 because diversion are in different way. We will get it done. By September end, you will see that also get it done. Pavers, it's already done. Crores together, which was the ask, is been done, accepted. Our ask was to LTDR that we will not accept any of the paver what you are giving. A strength test is done. 50 meter minimum will be done. Very soon you will see any area has been identified near tower 6 and 7. 50 meter of paver will be laid down, tested for 1 or 2 months. Then we will take a call to go ahead. Sunk Road, which Venkatesh sir has already given a permission, it's in progress. STP cleaning. We all are fighting for the clean water in our washroom. I think you must have not remember when we have seen the clean water in our WC. The cleaning of the STP entire plant is being on a top priority for us, that hygiene is maintained at everybody's residence. The work is in progress. The moment all the equipments are changed, you will see the crystal clear water in your STP. This is time taking, but it is taken care. Basement water wash. This was my personal target to take it, and I have been chasing this CBRE team. Shiva is there, Shiv Kumar, who I have been behind to make the water line for each basement, because we have a excess water of STP. If you don't clean it on a periodical period, I think dust gets accumulated on the entire, where you park, it will be completely dust. Now you must have seen since 1 month, entire phase 1 and phase 2 has been washed, basement 1 and basement 2. It will happen on every monthly basis. That's the promise. Tower signages. Many delivery boys were delivering to other doorsteps, or they were WhatsApping, my delivery has gone to some other. You must have seen T1, T2, the moment you go inside the lobby, phase 1 was not there, it has been done. So it's fairly done. Anybody can identify which way tower 16, tower 17 has to go, tower 3 and tower 4 has to begin. This is done. Carpet shampooing. The resident who access library, you must have seen 4 years. I personally, since I come from facility background, I immediately get irritated if something I see doesn't get done. 4 years the spot was there, which has recently within a month has gone off. It means we have a capability, we have things, somebody has to drive it. We are driving it. There are PET policies, B policies has been drafted, will be put across to the MC for further reviewing and published to the resident. Deep cleaning, you must have seen now all the towers, deep cleaning of lobbies, glasses is being done thanks to CBRE team for monitoring, regularizing this. Our hygiene is on our top priority. Machinery replacement, if you look at when we took over in June, since I come from facility, I saw the all machinery which is not working, but we have been paying. Currently you see all the machines which is used by housekeeping team, it is new with the branded company which we deserve. So we are counting now each penny what we are spending has to be completely, observed, assessed, and then outcome has to be measured. Uniform implementation, we have come across that there are many unauthorized entries being done in our RTB campus. I have covered the slide which may give you more perspective how the uniform has been designed inside the campus people are going on, like milkman, laundry and all that. You will see the design what it is done. Okay, this is the design what we have done for laundry. Housemaid, I think we may or we may not, we are going for the ID card, but laundry, whoever is inside that premises will be wearing this with RTB logo and laundry, so it will be easier to identify whom you are giving, it's a laundry person inside or not. Next, this is the car cleaner, this is the milkman, and the pet controller next. This is the apron we are giving, so they can come whatever the uniform they are, they have to wear always inside the campus, so you easily identified who they are, right? Next is that awareness signages. Many people were writing on a WhatsApp, why don't we implement, don't plug the flower, don't spit. It's in process. By September end, you will see that entire podium, it is covered with that, without no cost. It's a nil cost association. Streamlining of communication with L&T and CBRE. I personally have taken very strongly that no CBRE team will communicate with L&T directly. It is association. Neither L&T will communicate with CBRE. It is only through association we will do it, because there was a lot of push, blame and all was happening, which is we are very, very clear. CBRE accountability. CBRE has been doing a good job. But since I come from facility, Sadanand sir, who assist me in general administration, we have worked upon. Sundar sir, all three of us sat together. There is a lack of responsibility which we need to fix it. Now the both of them are in MC. I think we will take it strongly. We have taken strongly with the CBRE senior management that you must deliver what you have promised, and that will be gradually done. Vehicle sticker. We will be changing the vehicle sticker currently what you have, because we have identified the people are tampering the vehicle sticker. Those have left here, gone, still have access to the vehicle sticker. So you will be coming very soon. We have design is here, 2-wheeler and 4-wheeler. We have taken yellowish color out. This will be Rentry Boulevard, our logo will be there. You will see very soon this sticker. We will go very gradually, tower by tower. Printed vehicle number, no need to write. So you will see, so we are working on a convenience how you can get more visibility and this thing. Next, street and tower lights. Many of the tower lights which was not working, we have taken it. Also, let me tell you that we are not going to change entire tower lights, we are changing drivers. So there are much lower cost rather than replacing entire thing. Help desk management is our topmost priority, because this is the one area where residents get helpless. The moment somebody does not respond properly, your frustration level goes up and your trust on MC goes low. So it is on a top-notch priority. We are working on it. You will see very soon how the shift or change in the response of help desk management. Entire help desk management will be redesigned. That's a promise to all of you, with new MC member coming in, and you will see how the change in behavior, how the response to the behavior, even though something is open, it will be very, very deliberately will be conveyed to you that you get satisfied. We will not stop till you get satisfied. Okay, there might be some issues where we have to go hard. We will do that, but we need your support for that. But you will see the shift in 1 or 2 months very, very clearly. CFO renewal, consent for operation. This is a very, very crucial for us. Until this licenses, you will not be able to run your operation. Government official does these inspections. Recently, we have done an entire CBRE team, technical team especially, has done a wonder, and without zero NC of this bigger premises, we have got the CFO renewal for five years. Now, I am done with this brief presentation. There are few challenges which Mr. Prakash will talk about, because he is the man who has a more interaction with the community, and he knows the pulse from all the age bracket, mid, high, or senior citizenship. So I have mentioned this. He will talk about it.
Yeah, thank you, Satish. I think he has covered most of the areas. See, my duty is every day I conduct a meeting with CBRE team, technical team, and the technical aspects are dealt by our Venugopal Reddy, our joint secretary, and in fact, he has come out with many solutions. See, he is instrumental in identifying 118 visitor car parking areas, and signages are already put up. And apart from that, for monsoon preparations, you see, this is a huge area, 27 acres, and the water inflow was very heavy, and all the drainages get blocked, and immediate action is arranged. And every time there is rain, there is manpower is to be deputed to different places, and all these arrangements are always made. And in the meetings, normally we come across, particularly the help desk, the complaints are normally that my phone call is not received. That's because, see, if current goes, they don't see the MyGate notice when it goes, when it comes back. So before knowing that, so people think that the current is filed only in their house or only in their tower. So such confusions will be there. But still, we always try to keep our help desk table very alert. Sometimes it is overloaded. Recently, see, I saw some 20-30 people were sitting in front of our help desk manager and asking different questions, and then calls were also coming. He was unable. So he said, sir, this workload I cannot manage. So we are trying to put more, because now the load is more. Therefore, we'll try to improve, and more help desk people will be there. And similarly, there are some small issues which will be very difficult for us to manage all these issues, particularly pet issue. See, we keep on giving instructions. See, the different people are, new people are coming, they don't know the rules, regulations here. The one thing that you all should be knowing, so far in any area, the penalty clause is not implemented in our RTP. Because we are just 1 year completed, therefore, we were just giving opportunity for everyone to improve. And many people warn us, if you do not bring in penalty clause, whether it is camp payment or pet or throwing garbage or feeding birds, these are all issues are there. We are unable to levy penalty on this. So strict penalties will be implemented from next month onwards, because already awareness is created, enough opportunities are given, and repeatedly we have warned. And if our people do not oblige, so the only course available is penalty. See, there are some serious problems also. See, people throwing bones, people misusing property, people damaging property, all these things are happening. And there are enough CCTVs here and there, and CCTVs will also be improved, and proper evidence will be created, and proper laws will be laid here. And one important area, people using property for the purpose of lodge, day-to-day basis, that will be dealt very severely. People have warned us. So, 2 notices have been already given, and third on is a show cause notice. Then onwards, we may stop their power, we may stop their the water supply we may even stop everything. All facilities will be stopped. And in fact, we have put up a big board in front of Tower 36 and wherever it is, we found that there's misuse, that this is a purely residential property for the habitat of the resident owners or their authorized permanent tenants, not for day-to-day purpose. So these are all to be penalized, but the penalty class we have to bring in. It will take little time and definitely we are going to implement, we will penalize. Otherwise, the community living will become very difficult. These issues we will tackle. Apart from that, I think there are some few conflicts here and there with FM and security. I try to resolve. The meeting that I conduct is only to inspire, motivate our CBRE team. Otherwise, see, everybody blaming them for all small problems, say they get demotivated and making them to work becomes very difficult. So issues are there, we will definitely deal. So before 11 o'clock, personally, if somebody comes, we will take it up in the same day meeting, and from 11 to 1, myself and Sundarayar are every day available in the office. Again in the evening, 4 to 6, again Sundarayar and myself are always available. Secretary is very busy with all correspondence and so much of office work is there, so he is not available. And President in the back office, and he guides us, and as a mentor he will give all inputs. So most of the time myself and Sundarayar will be there. Whenever I go on outside, I request Sundarayar to continue, and Sundarayar also informs me. So this way we are managing. Here and there some fit out issues or permission to enter and to exit, all these issues will come up. We may sometimes little lenient to give permission. For example, yesterday one family with small kids, they arrived. Due to rain, they could not enter the main gate before 6, therefore they were not allowed. Say, I may have to give permission on exceptional cases. Others should not feel bad about this, because we will be considering definitely all the rules and regulations, then only we will give permission. So this way we are trying to manage. So the grievances are always addressed, and some people have suggested us to put up a suggestion and complaint box. We definitely install suggestion and complaint box in our office and in all towers. So in all towers we will try to put up a suggestion box. You can drop your suggestions. With these few words, I conclude this general administration topic. Thank you.
I thank Satish and Dr. Prakash. Of course, general administration is one of the most vital aspects. It almost encompasses the whole maintenance on a day-to-day level. Next is civic communities. I request Mr. Asif Mansoori to present.
Thank you, Sohail sir. I think we all are hungry. So I will not take much of the time. Most of the things my fellow MCs have already communicated. So my PPT is yet to civic amenities. No, the first one. First slide. No, this is not. Oh, this is a wrong combination, I think. Anyway, I'll just brief. Would like to thank actually the people involved and who is supporting me in this very important amenity or department, you can call it, which consists of, yeah, it's there. I think it is corrected. So along with me, Dr. Prakash is there, who is always available for all kinds of support. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the various volunteers, to name a few: Ashok Arora, Manoj, Shiva Kumar, Saurav Gupta, Devdas Pai, Tarak Ashraf, Rajesh, and many more. These many people actually, they are always available for the various kinds of input, supports, and making of the guidelines for the very important amenity, which is civic amenity, and under which all the sports mainly falls in. So would like to thank them actually. With their support we are progressing. The time when I took over this particular department, that is a month or two back, where various amenities were not in operational state. So I would like to give an input. The next slide, please. So I'm just giving you an overview. I think most of us are already aware about what all amenities we have as far as indoor is concerned. So when I have taken it over, I think most of the amenities, if you talk about like having an issue, there are so many problems. So gradually with the help of the subcommittee members and the recently formed sports committee subcommittee, we are progressing further, and with their help and guidelines we are going forward and we are trying to achieve whatever is missing. Although as far as indoor facilities concerned, if you can see, almost all the facilities are operational except the golf simulator, which is not in a working condition, and the spa. Apart from this, if you talk about all other amenities are working as far as indoor this thing is concerned. Indoor amenities also consist of other entities apart from this sports amenities. There are some essential things, and as well as the recently added facilities like cafeteria and crash. Saloon is also a part of it. The next slide, I would like to highlight the outdoor amenities, what all we have. I'm not going through to each entities, as we all are aware, and the time is running fast, all are hungry. So it consists of around 36 amenities all put together, if you talk about indoor and outdoor amenities. Beside this, like we have many essentials entities also, which I'll be giving you the information. To the next slide, please. Yeah. So the key initiative which I have, which Secretary Sir as well as Mronal and Satish has already highlighted, like during the course we all are aware actually, like there was an issue with badminton court to start with, like it was not in a proper condition. So with a tremendous follow-up with the LTRDL, I would like to thank many people, the sports enthusiasts which are a part of this subcommittees, as well as the other people, along with the MCs actually, they have pressurized and we were able to get it refurbished. Same thing happened with squash also. Squash court was also not in a good condition, as well as tennis court. So all these three renovations were already taken place with the help of the sports enthusiasts and the MC people. The washroom renovation was a major point of concern. Like many people, we have seen it, like the civil work which was continuously going on, and still we find like some, even after they took almost 7 to 8 months, we still find some problems are over there. So which we are working it out with LTRDL, and hopefully it will be addressed soon. Steam bath is another grey area which even I personally felt it, like it was not working and it was under DLP. I think we have around 150 snag list, and many of the DLP which we have already highlighted to LTRDL, and we were in an opinion like we should wait and we should get it done with LTRDL instead of putting our money. But certain things which I feel like we need to take it forward is one of the steam amenities actually, which was not working. So we have already changed the new system and it is operating pretty nicely. Same is with gym. Ashok Arora sir is always behind me, so he was not happy with the various, so he wants things to be sorted out. With the help of VMC team, we have finalized the AMC, and now we are getting the services on time. Many additional equipments also add up as far as gym is concerned, and we are still working out for many other amenities which will be done in due course of a time. Clubhouse lights were also like it has been replaced. there was one treadmill which was not operational for almost 2 years. It is got now operational and it is under AMC 2. We have formed, as I mentioned, we have formed sports committee recently. I would be thankful to the AOA to give us the permission, because this is a very important aspect. Even I am also attached to the sports entity, and the fraternity of RTBO is more inclined, and they really wanted to have, means we are always on a sporty mood actually. So we have formed, and recently we have completed, means we have successfully conducted the various competitions during Freedom Cup, and hopefully in future also will be coming up with many more sports events. Yeah, to the next slide. The other key initiative has already conveyed, like it is in, the cafe, crash, stationery, ladies, parlors, and all these amenities. With the help of VMC, we are already taking it forward. Now, coming back to, like, there are certain proposals, like apart from what we have got it done from LTRDL, we have proposed to do some refurbishment of multi-purpose court. We have given 150 snag lists, as I mentioned it up. And we are actually in a requirement of a commercial space actually, because various essential entities which we are taking right now is not in a proper place. So we will be utilizing, so we have requested, so let's hope something will come out. To the next slide. So key challenges, what we normally get at clubhouse is an overflow of water. This we are in continuation, we are continuously in talk with them, and they are working right now. There will be, like, if you can see the deck replacement, which will be highly needed. So we have to take up a call. It is under DLP, so we are just waiting what would be their reward. Otherwise, we'll be taking it forward with our own camp charges. There is an exhaust issue, as already mentioned by Captain Rajan sir, like which is resulted this the safety alarm. So this cafe, as he has already highlighted, it is not appropriate, and we are actually in lookout. We need something like a proper exhaust system will be needed. Besides this, like we all are aware, like multi-purpose halls which we are having right now doesn't have a cooking facility. So all these events and our programs which we normally conduct, we don't have a proper place where we can cook it up. So we have requested, or we are working out certain things, like where we'll get a proper place for this particular entity. And as we all know, like RTBO is growing, and whatever the amenities we have as far as sports is concerned, it's not sufficient. So we will be requiring an additional kids play area, as well as there was a demand for tennis court and many other things. So hopefully, as promised by LTRDL during our walkover and further meetings, we might be getting some place for these entities too. So with this, I would like to, like, these are the vendors actually which we already know, like which are already working in, and probably will be adding up some more entities too. So with this, I would like to thank each and everyone. I won't be taking much of the time because Sundar sir is waiting from long. So thanks a lot. And
Thank you, Asif. And I now request Sundar Iyer sir to present on the wellness. Yeah. No, not.
Hi, good afternoon.
Excuse me, next presentation.
I have the pleasure of presenting a brief report on behalf of the Wellness Subgroup on the various activities, events carried out by the team. Here is my team: Mrinal, Swarupa Nagraj, Ranjini Datta, Lakshana, Anjali Alam, and Rajesh Shekhar. These are the objectives of the wellness team. I'll just skip this, nothing as usual, what we are doing is projected here. Next. I would like to say a few words about the MCR, Medical Consultation Room. Being in the priority list and subject to, and a subject close to the community, I would like to touch upon Medical Consultation Room. This project, about which deliberation started even before the association was formed, is facing never diminishing challenges when it comes to infrastructural issues. Some good work had been done by the erstwhile team, but with the changes in the MC, we lost the continuity and had to restart the whole process. During the RFQ stage, we noticed that the terms and conditions of most of the vendors did not match with our requirements or were not acceptable to us for commercial reasons. The team finally has decided to engage family doctor, now named Bridge Health, a medical establishment that works in many reputed apartments in Bangalore. While the space is getting ready for this unit, the vendor has applied for the necessary license, and we hope to see the MCR and the pharmacy up and running in the very near future. The proposed medical unit will have a doctor and a nurse on a 12-hour basis in our premises with ambulance facility on call. Patients requiring hospitalization will have the option to get admitted to hospital of their choice with least waiting time. At this juncture, let me record our thanks to the vendor management committee for their wholehearted support. And coming to ethical practices, for a large community like ours, a strong and professional team is essential to manage its affairs. Fortunately, RTB has the required skills and resources in plenty, and you have been identifying the right candidates to be part of the managing committee and various groups and subgroups. It's only fair to expect that people managing the affairs of RTB are not only qualified, experienced, and responsible, they are equally fair and impartial in their approach. In order to ensure that members of the committees, groups, and subgroups adopt and exercise an ethical approach in their day-to-day functioning, the wellness team has drafted certain guidelines on ethical practices to be followed by them, and I'm happy to inform you that the managing committee has kindly adopted these guidelines at its meeting on the 24th August and are being published for the information of the community. We are hopeful that every member of the MC committees, groups, and subgroups would abide by the ethical practices and be committed to follow the guidelines to provide transparency and accountability in their roles and responsibilities. The committee envisaged in the report will have oversight on the ethical practices. Next, last slide. The wellness team members is full of love. The wellness team members is full of love and passion to serve the community. It does not end with helping the neighborhood, but we make it a point to see that a respectful and smooth last journey is given to the departed soul too. And the family and household members feel little comfort even during such difficult times. In this regard, we have come out with a document entitled Guidelines on Last Rites, which provides sufficient information for the concerned family may require. Besides, our team will always be around to extend any help. Realizing the importance of the subject, the MC has been kind enough to accept and adopt the document and is being published for the benefit of the community. It is an open document seeking inputs from every reader or user to contribute what he or she feels is appropriate for the occasion. Thank you in advance for your participation in this exercise. Our fervent request is that in the event of an unfortunate incident in the family, please do keep the wellness team informed. Another initiative is information on medical related services. It's often notice that residents seek information in times of medical emergencies. Keeping this in mind, as an additional service from the wellness team, we have compiled a list of medical related services, sources, including medical shops, pharmacy, hospitals, ambulance, and medical equipment. The list is already on MyGate, and please keep it handy as a reference material. You may also give your feedback and inputs to further improve the content of this document. Next slide. I'll just run through other community activities carried out by the wellness team. On 21st April, we had a voluntary blood donation drive organized by the Lions Club Elhenka. Out of 30 participants, 17 could donate blood on that occasion. 22nd April 2024, voting from home for the general election. This was a Government of India outreach program for the senior citizens of RTB, but due to short notice, we could not avail the service. On the 11th May, we conducted a free medical camp for the R2B community and our staff working with the various agencies. It was organized or supported by Aster CMI and the Rotary Club Skyway. About 100 plus residents and others were able to avail this service. Members of the wellness team also get involved in resolving situations such as finding missing persons, particularly children, resolving conflicts among children, adults, neighbors. By the way, of late the number is increasing. Provide emotional support and counseling as necessary. I would like to thank the Rtbaoa Managing Committee, RTB owners, residents and volunteers, organizers and supporting organizations such as Aster Hospital, Baptist Hospital, Rotary Club, Lions Club, Silver Talkies, Here Clear, and many other social organizations. And also the facility management, clubhouse, security and housekeeping staff. Next. Wellness team. We believe in teamwork and teamwork is our strength. I would like to thank each and every member of the wellness team for their unstinted support and look forward to their continued involvement in all our future community related issues. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Sundar. So, as you have seen, all of us in the MC have been on stage and we've presented to you what work we have done. Of course, the only two exceptions are Mr. Venu and Mrs. Meera, but they have also done tremendous job. On the technical front, we've had great help from Mr. Venu. He was also part of the general administration, and now he's also presented his report on the STP. And Meera madam, as being part of the cultural committee, she was the bridge between us and the cultural committee, and she's also done tremendous job. So before we go to the last speaker, Mr. Captain Rajgopal Reddy would like to present on common areas and the present status. Before, of course, we have a bunch of questions. We have about 40 questions to answer. We will try to answer them as much as possible. I'd like to just say that what Henry Ford had said, coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success. That is what we have achieved. And of course, Karant, the Kannada poet, has said, ಕಾಲ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಚಲಿಸುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಹಾಕಿದರೆ ನಾವು ಹಾಕದಿದ್ದರೆ ನಾವು ನಿಂತಲ್ಲೇ ನಿಂತಿರಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತದೆ, which means that if you don't so this is our motto, and as you have seen, we've all worked together as a team, and I thank everyone today. I request Captain to give his presentation.
Good afternoon to everybody. I think in the last, almost around 3 hours that you have heard about where we have come to as of now. It's a long way that we have come in the last 4 years. And what we see today, the efforts of everything, I owe it to everybody, right from the core team days, when each and every aspect of the community was brought out, lock, stock and barrel to be recorded for further implementation. I'll be failing in my duty if I miss any of them, especially the core team members right from 2019-20, even when it started off in June 20 with Harish taking on the lead of setting up that committee and taking it forward with L&T for various aspects. Thereafter we came with the Rtbaoa task force, which worked vehemently with the LTRDL to take forward many things. In the last 7 months that we have been here, we had two very important meetings with the LTRDL staff, the higher management of LTRDL. That is one on the 4th of April and subsequently another one on the 6th of June. These paved the way for recording all those earlier points which we wanted, liquidated or made good by LTRDL. I would like to bring out one particular thing, that most of these aspects which we brought out those days were pertinent to phase 1. Phase 2 and phase 3 challenges remain. My sincere request is more contribution from phase 2 and phase 3 people towards making sure you get what is due for you. Because most of the things that we brought out, some were corrected in phase 2. I don't deny that fact. But still, we have got various challenges in phase 2, which need to be made good by this one. Otherwise, take my word, 50% of our corpus will not be sufficient to fulfill to make good all those things. So this is my last day in this MC, present MC here. And we have had a great opportunity of working together and bringing forth many of the things, putting across many of the things. Operational aspects, you could well imagine the amount of effort that has gone in. But now that we have got phase 3 coming up, like 4 towers have been handed over. Right in front of it, you see parks and open spaces which has not been made good. We have not paid just for the 4 walls of our for our house. We have paid for the, the amenities, the paraphernalia which comes along with this entire project. So unless the people of phase 3 come out, put forward, because this is still under, 1 year of warranty is always there for these particular things. Make sure that you voice your concern to get these parks and open spaces done on a fast track, so that you can, use the best, use the best amenities that are available. We have all, if you look at this entire project being a 65-acre, one single project, we have already spent 5 years. 5 years is a big time in anybody's life, and we have not been able to enjoy these facilities which are there. So I look forward to all of you, especially the people who are from phase 3 and phase 2, to come out and make sure the amenities that are associated, which are present there. Because we have no, honestly, I have not been able to go around inside these areas and pinpoint all these particular things, though a simple walk around was taken, and in detail some points have been there. You have seen from the slides that were presented, showing you the number of defects that are pending from L&T. I mean, our endeavor will continue, and I'm sure the new members who will take over will stand by it and make sure that all these defects which have been identified are made good by the promoter, because we all trusted the builder L&T. And with these few words, I thank all of you all for giving me an opportunity in the last 4 years. I will continue to do my bit, and henceforth, probably, you know, we'll be answerable for compliances. We'll be answerable for compliances. So you will find many of our owners themselves will be writing regarding the compliance issues. And the two biggest challenges that I foresee in this community, which impacts the health and hygiene of our community, are STP and OWC. These two things, if we don't get them on track and have them in our fist, we'll be failing in our duty. And I'm sure with the new faces, I'm confident, and I have dealt with, I mean, I've interacted very intensely with many of them, Sudarshan sir, Shubro, and Major Satyananda and Patro sir. I have not had an opportunity to interact with Madam and Tarak, but I'm sure you'll all be able to bring forth and whatever is right for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain. So we come to the end. Last but not the least, answering questions is, I have 32 questions to be answered. So most of them have been answered, but I'll take up a few of them, and some of them we'll answer individually. And to start with, I have a question. I have a couple of questions from Mr. V. Ashok Kumar of Tower 10. Maintenance of Children Park is bad. Yes, we are trying to do the work and replace the children's whatever work that needs to be done. Lights in the, sir, you want to add something? Lights in the campus are not working in so many places that Satish has already addressed. We are on the job. Rectification of walk path and vehicle movement, speed breakers, all of this is work in progress. We are addressing that. Dogs are taken in all parts of campus, and of course that policy, the pet policy is also is coming up. We'll adopt the pet policy. Then last is playing cricket is affecting the people walking, needs fencing for the entire ground. Sir.
Friends, about cricket practice in the multi-purpose area, the L&T has put up a board. It is multi-purpose play area. So there are arguments. Some people say it is play area, we allows. There are people who say we have paid 5 lakhs premium price for the view, and that view is missing now. So this is there, and therefore, see, we are in dilemma what to do. That if all of you agree to stop playing there, then we will stop it. And if all of you say allow playing, see, we see evening crowd from school, kids come and they play there, and they are also there. See how to we prevent. Anyhow, there is a future for everything. The parks and open spaces also includes a CA site. Once it comes up, then we will work out a good playground area in the CA site. So till that time, see what is to be done through your consensus. Maybe it's not possible here. Keep on writing to us, so we will look at the majority and take a decision. Because see, right now it will be very, very difficult, because senior citizens going there, they are sometimes injured, and small kids, we cannot prevent them playing. And seniors, Saturday, Sunday is the only time we have little free time we will want to play. So all these issues we have to resolve. Till CA site comes, you have to tolerate. Otherwise, if all of you give one opinion, we are ready to go accordingly.
Thank you. Mr. Avinash Reddy from Tower 4 1404 has raised an issue regarding the swimming pool, roof, lights, washrooms, and water temperature. All these are
it's already answered by Asif.
Mr. Sanjay Mishra from Tower 4 1002 has asked about to make charging points for parkings which are not having the facility on a community level, I request Mr. Venkatesh. No, at individual level. Let him answer. Ha.
Hello.
Unmute.
Hello.
Unmute.
Hello. See, the power usage per transformer is 86% to 94% as on date. There is no surplus power available in the transformers as on date. So we will conduct an independent survey wherever the transformer has got an additional power which can be done. Otherwise, we'll have to change the transformer. It is a capex decision which we don't want to do at this stage. So at this stage, answer is that we will conduct a survey on each transformer, how much load is available as per the CT rating, and then take a call accordingly.
Thank you. One more question from Dr. Rajesh Iyer. Traffic outside RTB, we have done whatever best we can do so far to address that issue. To take up the transfer of BESCOM and Khata instead of owners doing it for themselves, no, we won't be able to take up the transfer of BESCOM connection as well as the Khata. It is the responsibility of the individual apartment owner to do that. Explore options to reduce maintenance charges. We've already announced the reduction. Senior citizens are our assets and responsibility. A place for their aspirations and engagement is needed. We are the, unfortunately, L&T has used up every last inch, and we only have this much space. Whatever best we can do, if you probably come to us and talk to us what needs to be done, we can look at that and address that. Tower 15 F701, addressing the noise issue from the neighbors, the mall and L&T office. He's one of the affected. It helps me get a parallel action taken by MC. Yes.
For the tech park, I have written a letter to tech park asking their solution, and they have taken, LTRDL has come along with the Mindtree. They have responded to me telling that before 30th of October, they will address that sound and that smoke issue. If they don't, we are planning to take it up with KSPCB subsequently. 30th October is the deadline for them. We'll chase it up.
Next is from Tower 18202. There was an inadvertent error not including Tower 18. Tower 18 is included.
I'm sorry, typographic error, please pardon me.
Tower 11, one more. What's the update on MCR that has been given? Ethical code of conduct within MC. We will be publishing that very soon. And the location of VMart is not good and shabby. We don't have an option. That's the only space that is available for us to have the shopping mart. And what is the status of buggy? Buggy, of course, at one point of time, L&T had given us a buggy, and we were not able to functionalize it. So they have taken it back to the office space. We have to, now we will pursue with them to give us not one, at least hopefully 2 buggies. We will work on that. Yeah, we'll pursue that. Installing CCTV cameras in lifts, and if we have started receiving Kaveri water. CCTV cameras are already there in the lifts. I'm not sure phase 2.
Phase 2 water, phase 2 also it is already
CCTV
implemented.
cameras are there.
Already implemented.
And for phase 1 we have Kaveri water. Phase 2, I believe
Phase 2 the permission is there already.
Sanctions are already
Sanctions are already there, and they'll be implementing very soon. Pipelining is also done. Plumbing is also completed.
Regarding the amendment to bylaws, should majority of AOs to be considered as 51 or more than 50? I think those are in the 51 or more, because 51 is necessary. And I don't think we'll have a vote, because we need almost 1,000 votes to go through.
144 votes are required.
We are still less than 200, so I don't think we'll be going. Tower 6703, there's a long list of questions. Great work on charging surface, general administration. I think we'll try and answer you. Most are covered. Yeah.
Most are covered.
We'll answer you. Mr. Raman Prabhakar, Tower 15804, traffic management, speed breakers are damaged. We'll replace them. Yeah. Parking of school buses in front of exit gates to be reduced. I don't think we'll be able to. Policy is coming, but we won't be able to reduce. Then we'll have to reduce the children. So. So, visitor car parking should be maximize for 4 hours. I think those instructions have already been given now instead of 2 hours. I myself had done that because I got a phone call from an irritated resident saying 2 hours is too less. So I think we have already increased it. I'm not sure if it has not been done.
Policy is going to be published now.
Policies-
Today it will be published.
Huh. So visitor car parking slots to be, so all of that road tiles, all of these are, what about the charges reduction as promised? They've already been. Have you obtained structural stability certificate from L&T, which is a critical document? When are we getting the regular cooking area with gas connection to clubhouse?
First one, no.
First one, no. And
We are yet to collect.
second one, we are, second one I'd like Dr. Prakash to
The,
answer.
the cafeteria, what L&T has given is good to look at. It's adjacent to swimming pool, furniture is good, everything is fine, but there is no kitchen. It's like very difficult to manage there. Kitchen is not there, live kitchen. But their concept is that it is only a cafeteria, coffee, snacks, juice, sandwiches you arrange. Why are you expecting? There is a mall, beautiful hotels are there, outside there are hotels. This is the argument going on with L&T, and we are unable to identify a place or provide a kitchen facility in the cafeteria area. Now, the demand from the resident is that they want live, hot kitchen, hot cooking items. Therefore, always they come and demand. Therefore, we thought of one option, a container kitchen. But again, where to locate it? That's a challenge. Still, we are looking at that option, and if it works out, we will have one container kitchen very close to cafeteria, and there they will cook, they will not serve, and cafeteria will be used only for serving. So that option we are still in the study stage, we will look into it.
Okay, next answer also. Number of borewells, how many are needed to meet the requirements in all three phases?
Number of
How many are, 1 minute sir, how many are operational now? And when are the 2 borewells in phase 2 expected to be operational?
See, there are many borewells. When L&T was in the, L&T Komatsu was there, they had 3-4 borewells. Later on, for construction purpose, they have digged several borewells. So for our, L&T is not sharing the details, but on our, with our own method, we identified where all the borewells are there. In phase 1, there are 2 borewells, and with help from our community resident, Sri John Daniel, we inspected and found. And then we also installed a pump there, and now we are drawing enough water, and tankers are stopped because of that. In phase 2, there are 3 borewells. In that 3 borewells, 1 borewell is so huge, and the water availability is such that the people who tested it, they say it can provide water to all the 3 phases. That much of water is there. But for reasons best known to L&T, they are not ready. See, the reason is only this. See, L&T cannot violate a small issue also, a small point also. So they are so worried because for corporate, the penalty is very heavy and they will be very strict. The Karnataka Groundwater Authority has not given permission to revive that. But we took a risk in the phase 1 and we installed, then permission came. Then the permission came, we are legally right. In the phase 2 also, we are taking risk. And we will install borewell. But we wanted the pipeline to be laid in the area, which is as per the design. Otherwise, we cannot do it. So we requested L&T, they are refusing to do it because they are worried about the legal aspects. But now we have initiated on our own with the L&T design. We are pipeline also, we have arranged electricity also, we arranged. Of the 2 borewells will be functional soon. That arrangement we have made. And for phase 3, right now, if you go on the last, one beautiful borewell is there and they are drawing water. But we know certainly L&T, once they hand over phase 3, they will close that borewell and say that there is no water. So this problem will again come, and there also we have to take risk, and we will definitely install a motor there, and water will be provided to phase 3 also. So these, our risk, all of you have to share with us.
When we are in, please provide us food.
So Next is from Mr. Pawan Kashyap, Tower 18602. Mall of Asia noise we have already addressed. The gutter covers are made of fiber cast and are weak and fragile. That also we are working on it to ensure that good strength covers are produced. EV charging is also addressed, and status of handover of phase 3 landscape to Rtbaoa yet to be handed over. Once we
Already covered. This is
already
covered in
covered.
my presentation.
3 points to be discussed. This is Mr. Ravi Shankar from Tower 21204. Traffic management internally on the service road. The policy is will be implemented shortly. Swimming pool rules compliance to be made by all. This risk
complied.
for all. No, we will ensure
It's already
that
complied.
No, strict compliance with rules in terms of use. We will make sure that that is implemented. Implementation strictly of PET policy. PET policy is yet to be placed before the MC. Once it is done, we will take it up. Tower 18404, Kaveri water for phase 2, it is already answered. Opening of back gate, that is once the L&T hands over, we will be doing that. Corpus fund, what is the status of Tower 18? Tower 18 is
Fully
included. STP for phase 2 still bad, we know that. Once we finish the phase 1, we will also take up the phase 2. Cultural committee, tower question, can we bring cultural activity celebration costs under CAM? So this is a question by Ms. Rajata Shetty. I don't think we can bring it under CAM. Like announced, the major events we will be sponsoring. The rest of it will have to be managed by
In this
cultural
actually
committee.
GST is an issue. So we have to operate two accounts in at arm's length distance for the purpose of accounting.
No, we will
will communicate. We will communicate.
We have those questions, we will be answering that also.
Food.
Tower 1404.
Your family members, enough food is available. Call your family members, they can have food.
See, we have arranged for 700 people. You hardly see so many people here. I know many of you are here and your kitchen is not managed there. So you can invite them. Please ask them to come and have lunch here. Good. Sufficient quantity of puri, masala dosa, dum biryani, rice, rasam, everything is available. Sweets are also there.
Tower 1404, is the water safe to use and sometimes very smelly? I'll let traffic jam always in front of the entrance. Wrong calls from MyGate at odd times. So as regards water safety, what are the...
Water safety, it's the same water across all
No.
Which one?
In terms of testing, we are doing something.
Testing.
Every month we
Ah,
Statutorily, we test 3 samples, we send it to 2 different labs, and then independently we get the certificates, and then we get periodic inspection of the water, and also we have water treatment. It is safe too.
Traffic jam always in front of the entrance, that is anybody.
Outside main gate, traffic jam is there because of mall and now it is increased. See, we are approaching traffic police frequently and even the higher authorities also we approached and mall of the public and the villagers nearby, they have also complained. So the Kodigihelli police station has no traffic substation. It belongs to Yelahanka. They are planning, I think soon, once the metro line is also functioning and the sufficient crowd will come from there also. Therefore, we have to wait for some more days because that's beyond our control. But we have complained, approached authorities, and they are responding. So I hope in few days it will be resolved.
So next is some questions for our treasurer. Clubhouse charges seem to be very high and trying to reduce this. Good occupation is there, try to charge we'll look into that. Maintenance seems to be very high, it is already reduced. There should be a tree park, we will try and address that if there is a tree park. Corpus transfer from L&T, does it include interest earned for all these years?
Yes.
We are yet to conduct a full due diligence for the corpus that is handed over. What is the basis of calculation of maintenance and CAM charges?
Already addressed.
Are you going to publish funds inflow and outflow? Yes, we will publish everything. And also it is open for all members to come and inspect all the records at the MC office. It is a right that you have. So please exercise that right. Whenever you want to see something, you please come to the office. There is a need to record the parameters considered for taking a decision to bring in a vendor out of competition. I don't think we have brought any vendor out of competition. If you find something, please bring it to our attention. We'll ensure that there is transparency. We are all open. Will the CAM charges be reduced for flats due to no GST charges?
Addressed.
Is it addressed? Addressed.
Already addressed.
So recently there have been discussion in WhatsApp group where many residents have indicated their dissatisfaction on being charged some amount by so-called cultural committee even to take part in the cultural event. My questions are under, is MC endorsing so-called cultural committee's demand to charge residents for attending cultural event? Is so-called cultural committee sharing part of the corpus they collect from vendors who take part in various events being organized by so-called cultural committee and pay the fees? Let me answer this. It's not a so-called cultural committee. They are also part of us, and they are like all of us. They are also rendering honorary service, and it is voluntary. There is no, if you want, it is not a mandate. The event per se is, I think, is mostly open to all. It's only when it comes to the meals which gets charged, and everything is voluntary. There is no mandate that everybody has to participate, and since they are part of us, I think we should give them some credence in terms of what they are doing. Everything cannot be done by the MC. We need these committees, and of course cultural committee has been there right from the beginning, and they're doing a great job. As announced, for 2 or 3 events we will be sponsoring as the association. The rest of it is voluntary, and the cultural committee after every event does submit its accounts, so everything is transparent, and it is open for anybody to come and check.
They submit to MC and we are reviewing that.
So we also have an SOP in place now, according to which they will be functioning. When will be the accrual balance of CAM expenses statement released, and when will it be adjusted in
It's
future?
already adjusted.
Yeah. So we will, as I said, that in F25 we will share that, because we are awaiting certain details from L&T about each owner's balances. Once that is done, we will start publishing on a quarterly basis the ongoing CAM advances.
So I think a couple of more questions are there. We'll try and answer them. I think we'll end this here. It's already too late.
Yeah.
I'm also hungry now. So, so anything else that you'd want to say if you want the mic? No questions, please. Just general talk. We'll. I think you can pass on the mic.
You were talking about the excess water during rain. Do we have any provision for rainwater harvesting?
Yeah. As a mandate, statutorily it is required to be done. It is all in place, rainwater harvesting. Okay, before we end, 4 of our MC members, their term ends today. I must acknowledge that. Mr. Ashok Arora, our treasurer, Mrs. Meera, and Captain Rajgopal Reddy, and Mrunal. These 4 are remitting office today, and it's been great working with them. We would have ideally loved for them to have continued, but due to their personal reasons, they are going away, and we hope someday they'll come back to the MC, and I certainly request them to continue contributing, because we need that continuity, and we hope that they will continue to contribute. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Anything else from anyone?
Yeah, just one point. I think very professionally conducted session today.
Thank you so
much.
much.
What we saw, each one of you presenting, very detailed, lot of work has gone in the background. I wish more people could come and see what you guys have done. So excellent work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Now what on this?
Myself Rajesh from the Tower 22, 303 owner. So
I
have 2 questions on the finance. One is that you have arrived at a CAM charges of 3.5 rupees for the next year.
Can we request you to come to the office?
It's okay.
Questions if we start taking, we won't have time now. I'm really hungry now.
Sure. Thanks.
You please come to the office.
Sure.
We'll answer with statistics, with papers, we'll answer it to you.
Thank you.
I'm so
Thank
sorry.
You.
Govindraj here. Fantastic, lovely, as gentleman mentioned. Great work, great going for 2024, 25 onwards. Now, this information, what you have done, excellent presentation, has reached only maybe 200 or 300 of us. It should reach all the balanced residences. It should be made
It's
out.
live on YouTube.
No, that's okay. That's today. I have seen this on YouTube also. But many still would not have had a chance to see on the YouTube. Try to publish the presentation material to everybody. Believe me, it's going to carry miles.
The YouTube, that link will remain active.
Okay.
Anytime anybody can go and watch that.
All right, all right.
So it's available online.
Good. Thank you.
Now
It is vote of thanks.
vote of thanks by Dr. Prakash.
See, many people know how to commence a speech, but I know how to end a speech. This is how we normally conclude a meeting. Namaskara.
हमारी MC
All new members are worried. So much of work.
correct. Yes.